you recognize this picture?
Yes, that looks like the picture I took of Johnny in July, around July 2013.
Okay, and why did you take this picture?
Because at the time, I was already sensitive. I'd been in a relationship with Johnny for over a year, coming up on 2 years, and I had already noticed that there was this pattern of behavior changes with him that would make my life significantly more complicated or peaceful, difficult, or wonderful, depending on what he was using. And I only could tell what he was using because I would have to look for clues, and he would pass out and get sick and lose control of himself, and then people would pick him up and clean him up and fix it, and he wouldn't either remember, or he would deny it, or he would accuse me of saying that this had happened when it didn't. And there was no one to back me up. There was just his employees and everyone who had been taking care of him, versus my word. And so I started to take pictures to say, look, this is happening. This is, I understood enough about addiction to know that you have to hit rock bottom. Like, you have to have some consequence for your action or for your behavior if you ever change to get better. And it seemed to me like that was not happening. So I noticed a behavior pattern change, and he started to, instead of fits of rage, he started to pass out a lot and fall asleep, and kind of fall asleep mid-conversation, and it was just a pattern change. So I started to pick up on the clues so I could figure out what I was dealing with.
Your Honor, I'd like to move the admission of Exhibit 1091.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
1091 in evidence. You can publish.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Ms. Hurd, and what is depicted in this picture? Please tell the jury.
Johnny passed out on the island where we were vacationing. He had a bit of a stint of sobriety right before this, and it started to change with his friend Paul Bettany, and yeah.
Okay. Now I'm going to ask you, Michelle, can you bring up Defendants Exhibit 1095? We talked about March 2013 yesterday, and I just wanted to bring this up quickly. Do you recognize this picture?
Yes, that was taken.
Before you go further, did you take this picture?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, I'd like to move the admission of Defendants 1095.
No objection, Your
All
Honor.
right, 1095 in evidence. You can publish.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now, Amber, will you please tell the jury why you took this and when you took this?
This was after a several-day bender, a binge of Johnny's. The 22nd of March, which we talked about yesterday, about he tried to burn a painting. It was accusing me of having affairs with a musician, my ex-partner, and he was on these, a drug binge where I saw him no eating, little to no sleep, and he would just use cocaine and drink all day long. Okay. And that would go for a period of time, and then a major blowout, and then he'd get sick and pass out, and then feel really awful, and often, including this time, would start a period of sobriety after that.
Okay. Now I'm going to take you to mid-July 2013, the Tokyo press tour for Lone Ranger. Can you please tell the jury about that particular trip and the events relating to Mr. Depp?
Sure. He was promoting Lone Ranger, and I had just met his kids at the premiere in Los Angeles shortly before this tour started. they found out about me.
Amber, I'm going to just ask you not to go through that.
Sure.
Just take us to Tokyo, please, okay?
So I believe we went from that stop to Tokyo with the kids, and he had difficulty with drinking in front of them. He was trying to hide it, and yet he was dealing with some stress around his career. I didn't have a lot of details, but he was drinking at the restaurant, and the kids were kind of, noticing, but not really sure what to make of it.
Objection calls for speculation and hearsay.
She didn't say what they said.
I'll sustain us to the last
Okay.
part of the answer.
Okay, please continue, but don't say what they said. Okay, the kids said.
Anyway, Johnny became upset with me for judging him. He was, it was like I couldn't win if I didn't do anything, if I didn't say anything to him about the drinking, if I didn't acknowledge it, it got worse. If I did acknowledge it, it was my fault and I was nagging. And I get it, I wouldn't like to be told what to do either, so. But it made him really angry, and the kids were on this press tour, and I was just concerned about them. I was concerned about them hearing us. Johnny screamed at me in the hotel room, and all I could think were the kids were in an adjoining room. What if they could hear us? I had just met them, and I didn't want them to think poorly of me and hate me, not knowing what was going on, in our behind closed doors. I remember him. It was name calling, and he eventually passed out.
Do you recall what names he called you? Do you recall what he said?
I heard at this time nagging bitch all the time. Called me a cunt. He even said that he made a mistake with me, and that he didn't want that when we touched back down, he'd get rid of me, and I'd go back to. He said some disgusting things to me. I don't know if I need to repeat it.
Okay, let's go. Michelle, can you bring up Defendants Exhibit 1090? You indicated, I think, that he passed out at the end of that. Did you take this picture?
I did.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to move the admission of Defendants Exhibit 1090.
No objection, Your Honor. Thank you.
1090 in evidence, you can publish.
Thank you. And where was Mr. Depp when you took this picture?
He was passed out with his head in a table in the hotel room, in our hotel room, not the kids' hotel room, in Tokyo, on that press tour.
All right. Now I'm going to take you to August 2013. What, if any, discussions did you start having with Mr. Depp about moving in with him?
Well, after this, I was getting close to his kids, and he had a stint of sobriety shortly after that, and it felt really good again. And shortly after that, he started suggesting that I let him rent my apartment for the vultures. That's what he called the press. And he said now that we were like a known couple, now that it was out in the press, that my apartment wasn't like safe effectively for me. And I had a modest apartment in Los Angeles, and so he started saying I needed to have security on me, or we'd rent out the neighboring houses because of the vultures, and it was a conversation, and then that conversation evolved into I should move in with him. Always wanted me to go with his security guards, wanted me to have his credit card. Obviously, I wouldn't accept that, but the conversation about moving in became, hard to resist because I was increasingly becoming a part of his life, and also loving his family and feeling like, you know, more stability would mean more stability with him and his struggles with drug and alcohol use. And I thought I would minimize some of the jealousy and insecurity that he had. It was hard for me to justify working. Every audition, every meeting, every script I got was a negotiation or a fight. I had to justify it like as if I was saying, hey, let's have an open relationship. It was, you know, and I thought that would be minimized if I could make him feel more secure by, you know, if we live together, certainly there would be more security, right? And that was my reasoning.
So you talked about still reading scripts and things. What, if anything, did you do differently in terms of pursuing your acting career?
Well, I've always been really independent, you know, and I've never imagined not working. I've worked from the earliest time I can imagine. I come from, you know, parents who worked until they literally couldn't anymore. You know, I never imagined myself having to explain my job or justify my job, but I did, you know, and I am independent, and I see myself as independent and strong-willed, and I had to bargain. Every time I'd get a script, it would be, you know, I thought you weren't taking another job. I'd always say, are you kidding me? That's crazy. I have to work. I support my family. You know, when I moved out to LA, I'd get a check for, you know, a gig, $600 or something. I'd save half for me, send half to my family. You know, I kept having to justify taking work by saying, I'm supporting my parents, you know, I'm supporting my sister, I'm supporting my family, I have to work. And he would say, you don't have to work, kid, let me take care of you, my woman doesn't have to work. And that sounds really sweet and really romantic in some way, but it became a real fight. You know, every time I got a script, it was what kind of, you know, how I was dressing, what kind of behavior I'd have, how did I have a sex scene? And then I started saying, no, I won't take the sex scenes, or, you know, I'll take the part where I don't play, you know, that kind of character. Or then I started minimizing the kinds of kissing scenes that I had, and eventually I had to change the wardrobe that I could have in the movie. I couldn't have a sex scene, but that all, you know, it didn't happen all at once, of course. It was little thing after little thing after little thing, and eventually I found myself pushing as many scripts off my desk as I could, picking the ones that had minimal makeup, dressed as conservative as possible, finding ways to minimize the scenes I had where I had a romantic involvement of any kind. It was a constant battle and negotiation.
So let me take you back. Did you, as a result of your discussions with Mr. Depp about moving in, did there come a time that you did move in with him?
Objection leading.
Overruled. Thank you.
Yes.
Please, and let me ask you this. You have talked about penthouse, we've heard a little bit about penthouse appointments and suites. Could you just explain to the jury the different places that Mr. Depp had in Los Angeles and what they were called, just so we have some context here when we're going through all this?
It's a little confusing, I imagine. He had about, I think, 4 or 5 mansions in this beautiful, like, you know, border of Beverly Hills and West Hollywood, and they were all on a cul-de-sac, and we called it Sweetser, because that was the name of the street. And there 5 houses, I think 5 houses, it could be 4, all, you know, effectively, he had the whole street. Then he had about 5 penthouses downtown on the same floor of the Eastern Columbia building, which you've heard about, the ECB. And Sweetser was, you know, Johnny's kingdom. One of those houses was like a whole house was his man cave. It was a studio, and it was where he made music and hung out. And we spent some time in there, but that was effectively Johnny's, you know, place, and then there was the downtown places, and they were effectively empty save for some furniture and one of Johnny's friends, Isaac, who you met, and he lived there at some point before Johnny and I eventually decided to move in together.
Let me just stop you there. I just want to make sure we're clear. Are we talking about the penthouses or are we talking about the suites here? For where
Isaac lived in the penthouses.
Okay.
The rest of them were pretty much empty. And my best friend, who I was very, 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 very close to, went through a breakup, and he very kindly insisted on moving her into this penthouse. And of course, she said no for the first few times, but he insisted and said they were empty and he would love to have her move down there. And he very kindly moved my best friend downtown. Problem is,
Rocky?
yeah,
Okay.
Rocky, Pennington. But the problem is it's like 30, 45 minutes from West Hollywood, where my place was, which we call Orange at the time.
Okay. So when did you move into the penthouses?
Shortly after he moved Rocky, my best friend, into the penthouse. So she was in one of these empty-ish apartments, and somewhere around that time, I think it took me some time, actually, but after that, I eventually agreed to move in with him and give up my place, although that made me pretty nervous, to be honest. But we were in this relationship that was very serious, and we were constantly traveling. Also, as another part of it, is we were in LA for a matter of days or weeks. I'd go do a job, he'd go do a job, I'd come back for a photo shoot or a red carpet, go on a location, go visit him on a location. And there was an incredible amount of travel and movement. So we weren't really, again, living the day-to-day that you might normally with a partner, you know, where you have a home and you move in together and you have one home. We didn't have that. It was
Okay.
very different.
I'm going to take you to September of 2013. What were you filming at that time? London Fields?
Yes, that's right.
Okay.
I was filming London Fields. I just started.
All right. And did there come a time that you became engaged to Mr. Depp?
Well, yeah, it was difficult because in that role was a very difficult role. I mean, every time, every scene that involved sexuality or romance was like, I'd look at that on the page and it felt like I'd feel my gut tighten because I knew it was going to be an issue. But Johnny dropped me off. I gave him the script. I sent him pictures of what I was wearing in my wardrobe fittings. I sent him everything. I shared my script with his team, and the fighting eventually kind of minimized. It was clear I was going to do this job, and I told myself I had to do this job. And Johnny had to go to London, I think, for some pre-production stuff for a movie he was going to do a smaller part in. I think it was called. I think this was Into the Woods, is my best guess. So he dropped me off in London, and when he dropped me off in London, we had a few days at this hotel that we first, consummated our relationship in. It was when we were on the London press tour, and our relationship developed. That was the same hotel, and we were in this same room, which is Johnny liked to be in the same room. And it was really sweet. He got down on one knee and said, "I want you to be my girl forever, my woman, my girl. I want you to be the rest of my life. Say yes to me." He said he wanted to spend every day. He promised me that every day when I woke up, that I would wake up and he would make me smile at least once. and that would be his goal. And, you know, I looked into his eyes and I saw, and that would be his goal. And, you know, I looked into his eyes and I saw my future, you know, like blind hope, so in love. It was one of the most, I can't describe that kind of joy. You know, if we were married, then this is real. This is real. This isn't a thing of chaotic, and this will change. You know, I had so much hope in that moment. And I thing, you know, my experience, Johnny, could be very impulsive, and said, oh, I thought, is this an impulse thing? You know, my experience, Johnny, could be very impulsive, and he again be my woman forever. I want you to be my wife, my wife, my wife. I of course cried, and we had a wonderful evening. And he left shortly after, and I was like, the next day I had to go to work, and I couldn't tell anyone, and I wasn't sure. Part of me was worried that he, or that he wasn't sure. You know, I just didn't want it to be an impulse thing, so I didn't want to mention it. I want to bring it up. I didn't want to. And I kind of had butterflies under my skin, and then he brought my dad out to London with my best friends, and my dad told me, you know, Johnny has asked me permission for your hand in marriage. And I'm in the world.
So while you were filming London Fields and Johnny had gone back to LA, what, if any, issues did you have on fraternizing with the cast? I'm going to ask, Michelle, can you pull up Defendants Exhibit 188, please?
Your Honor, I'm going to object on hearsay.
Your Honor, I'm going to, let's pull up 188A, everything but what Mr. Depp says.
All right, let me
On
just take a look
188A.
at 188A.
That's submission against interest. Do you have that? You don't have it? Give that a minute. While they're working on that, what transpired between you and Mr. Depp when you wanted to do something with a cast member?
So, as I said, he came and also dropped me off in London, where I had to be for a few months to film this movie. And he asked me to marry him. He brought my best friends and my dad out. And shortly after they left, my co-star, one of my co-stars, invited me to go to a concert with him and some of the cast to kind of break the ice and for the next few months. And I had already, I already knew I couldn't be photographed, even if it was platonic. I couldn't be photographed with men or women that possibly spin as romantic. I had learned that, but in January, the hard way. So I asked him permission to go to this concert with the cast, and I said, Johnny, that he's my co-star.
Objection, Your Honor.
Don't tell us what the co-star said. Just tell us what your communication was with Mr. Depp.
Objection, hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
I'm not sure I understand.
If you want to approach this.
Yes.
That if I invitation and went out to a concert, that the engagement would be off, that the relationship would be off, and that I was naive for thinking that people could invite me to a concert in a platonic way. I tried to say that
Hearsay.
Isn't she's testifying about what Mr. Depp said?
And naive that no one could invite me to, how could I be so, obviously it was because they wanted more from me. And that I probably backstage, what are you going to say to the band? More from me, and that I probably wanted more too. I was basically at backstage. What are you going to say to the band? And then I know how this plays out, and who's the other girl going to be there? And how could you be so stupid? How could you be so foolish? You're more naive. And I apologized. I stayed. That whole evening, I think for a few hours, I spent texting, calling, or talking, hanging up. He'd hang up on me, be upset, and then send me cryptic messages about my foolishness. And, doing a movie where I play this, character where I was empowered, I read the script and I thought this character was empowered sexually. And by the time I got Johnny's feedback on it, I had been convinced that actually I was just being used. That I was just being used. It was clear that that was all I had to offer, and I had to see it. And I had
Amber, I'm just going to stop you right there because I'd like you to take a look at Defendants Exhibit 188A. Is that in front of you? Do you recognize this portion, Jane, between you and Mr. Depp?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and this is on September 9, 2013?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and are these statements Mr. Depp made to you during that evening that you just described to the jury?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of Defendants 188A.
Any objection?
No objection.
In evidence as redacted. Do I have that redaction, or is that something you need to give me?
I think we're going to need to give it to you a hard copy.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. And if I can draw your attention to it, he first says, I don't want to make anything an issue, baby, but I literally have been on the ground just 14 fucking hours from leaving your side. Do you see that? And then he says, you know what I want, who I am, and where I want to go with us. You know very well what type of fucking man I am, and yet you lay a gauntlet before me that you know the very species of danger that will always attract me into a very tempting test. What's behind that door? Almost impossible to, I think he meant not take you on. You want me to roll the dice? This sounds like an aggravated ultimatum than soft words that could help us make both feel better. Don't test me, please. Did he tell you that?
Yes, he
And
did.
what did you understand that?
It was clear. It was a threat that if I wanted to be...
Objection, speculation.
On then to the filming of Mordecai with Mr. Bettany in October, November 2013. Where did that take place?
in London.
Okay. And what, if any, involvement did you have? Were you there for any part of that filming?
For part of it, I happened to be in London for the film I was just telling you about. And Johnny came to London shortly after to film his own movies. He did the smaller, I think it was a smaller role, The Woods, and then he was filming Mordecai after that. So after I finished my movie, I moved in with him into his house in London.
Okay. And describe your experiences during that time period with Mr. Depp.
It was really touch and go. He was filming with Paul Bettany, and there were days he wouldn't come home, or they couldn't get him up out of on set. He'd be asleep in his trailer, sleeping whatever he'd done the night before off. I remember he missed a few days of work that way. It struck me because in my experience in our job, you don't miss work. It doesn't, or you go. It's millions of dollars every single day they're filming, and I had not experienced someone who could effectively just control the set like that, to that extent. And one day he didn't come home, and I was worried sick, that he was in a hotel room with Paul Bettany.
Objection, hearsay.
Okay. Move forward.
When he came home, they had to carry him home.
Objection, hearsay.
Did you see them
I
carry
watched
him?
it.
Okay. Okay, please continue.
I watched. Actually, I was shocked that he could do it. One of the security guards carried a baby into the house, and I looked at that, and his boots were hanging over the security guard's arm, who had to negotiate getting through the doorway, carrying John. I watched this. His assistants and the other security guards shaking their head, just shaking their head, acknowledging this is how bad it is. And this has got to be it. Like, this has got to change. This is it. Remember thinking, this has got to be it. Like, this has got to change. This is it. Very, very sick for at least 2 days, is my recollection. But I felt at that juncture very encouraged, and I felt encouraged that we were in a but I felt at that juncture very encouraged that everybody and myself, and I felt encouraged that we were in a new chapter, that Johnny had finally,
hit rock bottom, and finally he felt like, and I felt buoyed, you know, supported by these conversations I was having with people that he was close to, that he trusted.
November 2013, did any contact with Lily Rose that led to any discussions with Mr. Depp?
Objection leading.
What, if any, communications did you have with Lily Rose?
Objection calls for hearsay leading.
I'm asking what her connection was. I didn't ask what she said.
I'm going to sustain the objection if you want.
Okay. November 2013, what, if any, interaction did you have with Lily Rose without saying anything she said?
Objection hearsay.
I'm not asking for what she said.
If you can lay a foundation out.
Okay. Did there come a time in November 2013 that you saw Lily Rose?
They came to stay with us for some time in the winter. Yeah, around November, I believe, 2013.
When you said they, who were you referring to?
Johnny's kids.
Okay. All right. And was there a particular incident that led to a disagreement with Mr. Depp?
Objection leading.
Sustain.
Interaction did you have with Lily Rose that led to an argument with Mr. Depp?
Objection leading.
That, what, if any?
If we approach from
Did you have an argument with Mr. Depp relating to Lily Rose in November 2013?
Yes.
Can you please describe that?
Well, I was, you know, these kids were, I found them to be these beautiful, wildly little weirdos in the best way. You know, they were, I was falling in love with them. Wildly little weirdos in the best way. You know, they were, I was falling in love with them. And you know, were in my life at that time, a short amount of time, but I loved it, and I started to feel very protective, and you know, he was there and then he wasn't. And the nature of our lives with the travel and work meant he was there and then he wasn't. And Lily Rose, at some point, had a crush on a.
Say, and lack of foundation.
I'll overrule for them.
Thank you. Please continue.
This argument happened because I didn't agree that this gentleman, it was a famous musician, over the age of 18, spent the night at the house and active over Lily Rose and concerned. And naturally, they were not my children. It's not my place. I understand that. I know it's a sensitive subject, so I understand why Johnny got so upset with me. But that and the weed with his daughter, she was so young, I just felt protective. Again, it's not my place. I understand that. And I made him really angry by weighing in.
Did there come a time that there was a family engagement gathering?
Well, we celebrated Thanksgiving out in London. The kids were there. There was a stint of sobriety, knowing how sick he got on set with Paul Bettany after one of his drug binges, and he kind of just came alive. He even played a prank on me about having relapsed when he hadn't relapsed. You know, I started to kind of feel that with the thought. I did think that maybe this was it. We were on a good path, meaning to sobriety, that this was it. And peaceful for a minute. You know, it went back to being wonderful. There were these moments that just felt so wonderful.
Objective.
All right. I'll just sustain the objection.
Okay, take us to the engagement. There was this engagement party, correct?
Then, yes, of 2013, Johnny had rented this beautiful mansion in Malibu on the beach. It was gorgeous. And brought my family out, and his family was out, obviously in LA, and we stayed in this rented mansion, and we're all together for the holidays. One evening, we were going to his mother's house. His mother, who you've heard about, was older and sick, being cared for. And one evening we're going to have dinner, Christmas dinner there with her around the time of her birthday as well. And my best friend,
Say.
sorry,
Wasn't out to prove the truth of the matter, but go ahead. Go past that. What did you do?
we went to Betty Sue's house, his mother's house, and Johnny proposed our families in this big, surprise. He surprised me, got down on one knee, and I cried and hugged my mother and hugged his mother. He gave me this enormous diamond ring, and it was a nice time.
You into January, February 2014. You employed a woman named Kate James. Is that correct?
Objection leading.
What did you have with Kate James?
She was my assistant at the time. I hired her sometime in 2012 and had as minimal contact with her as I possibly could. So.
And why is that?
It was difficult, troubled, and inconsistent. She drank on the job and stuff like that, and
Irrelevance.
horrible.
She's already testified. Kate James has testified, and I think the bias, we can.
All right, I'll allow that. Go ahead.
Thank you. Okay. Describe for the jury what job responsibilities Kate had and how you communicated with her and kind of how that worked.
Objection compound.
Overruled.
Thank you.
We had minimal person-to-person interaction because I was hardly ever in. I was there for a few days at a time, and Johnny and I kind of lived in this insular bubble anyway when we were together. But we would send emails, a lot of voice memos, voice notes, and if I found that if I said, Kate, you left running with your doors open and your kids in the car on the street. You need to
Objection
move it.
hearsay.
She's not testifying. She's testifying about context.
Sustain the objection. Next question.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at Defendants Exhibit 209.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. It's still hearsay. May we
Ms. Hurd,
approach?
may I lay the foundation first? Ms. Hurd, did you communicate with Kate James by email in the ordinary course of your business?
Yes, I did.
Could I ask you to take a look at Defendants 209? Is this a communication that was between you and Kate James that was in the ordinary course of business as an employee?
Yes, it is.
So, Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of Defendants Exhibit 209. Business records exception.
Still hearsay, Your Honor.
Business record exception gets the business, if there's hearsay involved inside the business record, there's still objection to hearsay.
Your Honor, the business records exception, I mean, I don't agree. I think that's the point,
If you
that
wanna- if you
hearsay
wanna
can.
approach.
What, if any, communications did you have with Kate James about your issues with Mr. Depp?
Objection hearsay.
Has testified.
I'll sustain the objection.
All right, we can take that down, Michelle. In the February-March 2016, what, if any, communications did you have with Mr. Depp about a prenup?
Well, after the engagement, but before the engagement party, I started to feel like it would make me earn significantly more than me, successful actor. I wanted to eliminate any doubt in his mind and in other people's minds, so I brought it up to him.
Objection hearsay.
She's just saying that she brought it up to her therapist. She's not saying what she said. But please focus on Mr. Depp. Okay?
Of course. He said he would tear it up. He said, if you ever brought one up to me, or if I ever saw one, got my hands on it, I'd tear it up. Only way out of this is death. And I thought it would like either way, but I did feel that it would eliminate suspicion or doubt, and it would make things easier. And I told him over and over again, "Are you sure? Are you sure? Maybe we should do this." And one time he said to me, he's like, "Kid, are you already thinking of how you're getting out of this? Are you already planning on leaving?" It was around the same time as the moving in together conversation. He accused me of having one foot out. And they kind of were, he was asking me to redecorate Sweetser. They were happening around the same time. You know, I still had my apartment and engaged now. He was asking me to redecorate Sweetser, his main house, and kind of move into the ECB building downtown where most time. While the decorations and the remodeling had been done on Sweetser, And so these conversations were kind of happening about how to build our future together and forward together. And I would have forgotten about the which were taken at the time when I was talking to her about this and my conversations with.
I'll sustain the
We'll
objection.
move on. Okay. Let's take it to March 2014. Did there come a time there was an engagement party?
Yes, so 2014,
Please describe for the jury.
we had an engagement party, and we decided that when we did get married, we'd have a small thing, something intimate. But, our lives were kind of big. His life was extremely big. And we needed to incorporate, we wanted to have a bigger than a wedding, and kind of get our guests in, our family, our friends, and have a big event of it, as opposed to making the wedding something that was big. And so we kind of put it on the engagement party and had a bunch of people, a lot of friends, business acquaintances, a lot of family. I had all of my childhood friends come out for it, and I even invited my therapist. It was, a big event.
Okay. And describe what took place at the engagement party.
And we took some pictures and said a few hellos, and then Johnny disappeared upstairs in, I guess it's like a coat room or something, abandoned building that was rented out for events. And he had disappeared upstairs almost the entire party, I would say. It was kind of when we were leaving, and came down once because he was at the time sharing drugs with my dad.
Objection. Speculation. Lack of foundation.
How was sharing drugs with your dad?
I was there. I watched it.
Please continue.
My dad at the time was addicted to the same thing Johnny was. And so my dad had, either my dad ran out, I can't recall which of the two ran out, but there was they needed more, of course, and had to leave the party, my dad, security, to go get more drugs from
Objection.
West
Calls for
Hollywood.
speculation.
How do you know that?
They told me.
Hearsay.
Sustain the objection.
Okay.
And they left, whatever, and then they came back with drugs, and everything was okay in terms of the withdrawal symptom of the, I don't know what you call it at that point, but he stayed upstairs. And
Are you referring to Mr. Depp?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
So
Continue.
shortly after that, I tried to get Johnny to come downstairs, snapped at me, just verbally told me to shut the fuck up. And I remember
Okay.
we were in an engagement party, but that was pretty much it for the engagement party. And I went downstairs and entertained, took pictures and put on a face, and went about my evening.
All right. I'll take you to May 2014, the Met Gala. What a Met Gala is and what's involved in that?
Objection. Compound.
Overruled.
Met Gala is a big event, annual event, in New York. It's a fashion event, but it's just a major red carpet event. And you have to be invited, and a thing, and we were invited that year. And I had already gone for the previous year or two. This year we were going to go together. And at some point in the evening, we're sitting across the table, and Johnny starts asking me about this woman. He thought I was looking at this woman in a sexual way, and I kind of turned it around on him and said that exact
Objection.
It's context, Your Honor. This is
I'll
context.
sustain the objection.
Okay, just what Mr. Depp said. Then I guess you can't tell us what you said to him.
Okay. He was accusing me of flirting, and that's how the argument started. I don't recall what other accusations I was fielding at that moment. It wasn't just one. So you'd make a point, and then he would go on to a different accusation. But I remember that what started it is this: I had been flirting at this event. We get back to the hotel room, and Johnny shoves me and kind of grabs me by the collarbone, my neck, but top of my neck, above my collarbone, below my neck. I think at that point when we were still, but I don't really recall. Too many specific. And I remember maybe this was the shove that I was talking about, but at some point, Johnny and I are in a struggle in the living room, and kind of like shoves me down on the sofa, and I get up and I'm trying to get him off of me, and it's just stronger than me. I don't know how else to describe it. And at some point he just whacks me in the face, and had not at the time been I think that was the first time I was like, is this a broken nose? At the time I was unsure what that feeling was, broken nose. And other than that, I was relatively unscathed. But I remember my nose being swollen, discolored, and I took a picture of my face at some point and made a joke about it to my friend about how bad I looked compared to how the red
Objection,
carpet.
hearsay.
Not for to prove the truth of the matter.
Yes, I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Okay. Just don't say what you told a friend. Okay. Okay. Let's the Adderall Diaries. When did you start filming the Adderall Diaries?
May. I filmed another movie in New York, March, April, May. That movie to another movie, an independent film with James Franco. The one I had previously shot was with Christopher Walken. That's right. Okay, so I went from one to the other. Saw Johnny in these, in between, like if I got a long weekend or, I'd fly home to be with him and then fly back. It was kind of like that.
Fly back from those.
In New York.
Okay. And where was Mr. Depp at that time?
Johnny was in LA at the time, and then eventually went on location for his mass in Boston.
So you were in New York and Mr. Depp was in Boston at some point
Eventually,
in May?
by May 2000.
New York and Mr. Depp was in Boston at some point
Eventually, by May 2014. That's it.
What arguments did you have with Mr. Depp relating to James Franco? Mr. Depp relating to James Franco in that time frame of May 2014?
It's a nightmare. I liked the story. I liked the character. liked the story. I liked the character. I told him I'm not going to wear makeup in the thing.
Apparently,
Ms. Bureau, if you could approach, please.
so tell the jury what Mr. Depp said.
Me for taking the job with James Franco. He hated James Franco, and was me of kind of secretly having a thing with him in my past since we had done Pineapple Express together.
So I'm going to take you to the Boston plane incident. We've heard about that earlier, May 24. Can you please describe for the jury place on May 24 relating to the plane incident?
Well, I had spoken to Johnny, and I spoke to him. He had already been upset with me and accused me in many arguments about telling him about scenes that I had. If I had a kissing scene, any sort of romantic scene, and I wasn't explicit about what I was going to do, then I was of having withheld information and hiding it from him. So I didn't want the fight, of course. I didn't want the argument, but I eggshell tiptoe around how to tell him when I had any sort of scene like that. And I did tell him in this occasion.
Objection, hearsay.
We need to stay with what Mr. Depp said, okay?
Okay, so he was upset.
Okay?
Okay, so he was upset with me, but he didn't sound much on the phone. He was yelling at me about how could you tell me this? How could you tell me this when I'm filming, when I have this scene that I'm doing? How could you tell me this when I'm working? Obviously, I couldn't tell him any other time because we were both filming, and I told him as soon as it was relevant, but he kept saying, how could you tell me this? How could you just tell me this? And it was like I had told him I was having an affair or something, it was that angry at me. But he kind of started to sound less connected to these arguments would happen on the phone. This is in one day. Eventually, he hangs up on me in the conversation, screaming at me. I talked to his assistants. I won't say what they said, but I had conversations and felt encouraged that I could continue on with the plan, go to Boston, pick him up, and we would go back to LA for his daughter's birthday. I was in the conversation I had with him, and he was so upset with me on that conversation, but I figured I assumed he had passed out and that he would have been kind of sobered up the next day. I mean, that the work would mean that he felt pressured to kind of pull it together. And I get on the plane. He sent the plane, so I assumed he's not that mad at me. He's over it. We're moving on. He's sobered up. There had been a lot of talk about a sober plan, like a full recovery, a doctor, a whole plan. there were talks of that following what had happened in London. So I was feeling like, okay, well, maybe. And I get on the plane, it touches down, and the SUV pulls up, and it sits on the tarmac for a very long time. He knows I'm on the plane waiting for him. So I anticipate that things weren't as I hoped, meaning that he was sober and had slept it off. And I'm sitting on the plane for a very long time, and I see him get out of the SUV, and I can guess by how he's to these little changes, because my life changed depending on what he was on. And he gets on the plane, and he gets on the plane, and I just knew something was wrong. And he comes straight up to me, doesn't say anything to me, but is looking at me. He's got these glasses on, and I'm off in this kind of aggressive manner, and sits down across from me, not in the usual spot. We'd kind of have our places on his plane, where you get used to sitting, and he moved to accommodate him getting by so he could sit in the normal seat as per usual. He didn't. He sat across from me. At some point, and I don't really remember, we take off, and at some point he's asking me what's wrong with me. What do I have? Do I have something to tell him? Do I have something to tell him? You want to talk to me about your day? And it gets, I already know that he's drunk. I already know he's using, he reeks of weed and alcohol. I mean, it's so bad. And I could anticipate that there was a no-win situation, me talking myself out of this or talking him down or any, a lot of my arguments and my involvement in them are me trying to diffuse by
Responsive.
She's telling the story. Your Honor,
I'll sustain an objection as part of it. Go ahead. Okay.
So he is asking me a question. I know to not engage. I was polite. I made sure to answer minimal amount of, the minimal amount that I could. Slowly, I was trying to be polite, but not engage because there was no win. And he kept going, kept asking me. Eventually he went from, do you have something to tell me, to, tell me, did he slip a tongue? It got worse and worse, just more. It went from asking me about how my kissing scene went or how the sex scene went to James Franco had done in the scene, to being really explicit about my body. He was talking about he was saying really disgusting things about my body, about how I liked it. And then he started just straight up taunting me. I know you liked it. He called me a go-getter. He called me a slut in front. And also, this is happening. He and his assistants on the plane, and I remember I felt I don't to be able to tell you how embarrassed I was, because he was speaking to me in front of people in this way. I liked it, and if I was wet, and why this way. I liked it, and if I was wet, and why I wasn't looking at him, and that was proof I wasn't looking at him. That was proof that I was asking for it. Did I ask and this to me? And how about if he does those things to me? Insert sexually explicit descriptions of what he accused me of wanting or deserving. And I at some point in this, get up and move to the front of the plane. And I remember getting up. I didn't want to aggravate him. I didn't want to give him any excuse to pounce on. I didn't want to upset him. I didn't want him to flip a switch. And I just remember very slow movements. And I slowly get up and move to the front of the plane. And he starts throwing things at me. He's calling me a go-getter and then an embarrassment, talking about what an embarrassment I am. As I move seats, I wish I did. I don't. I remember moving more than once, and Johnny came to me each time, not the other way around, in front of me at one point. And because I'm not answering him, I was looking out of the window, and he slaps my face. And friend is in our proximity. And it didn't hurt my face. It just felt embarrassed. The amount of people. It was the first time that anything like that had happened in front of somebody. I got up to move, taunting me, having a laugh, screaming, and then just straight up mean, calling me names. And it was oscillating between those things. And I get up slowly again, resolved to just sit the rest of the time up at the front of the plane. And as I get up, he kind of kicks the swivel chair, kind of just hits me. And I look at him, and he asks me, what are you going to do about it? I just stared at him, and wanted him to see me. I wanted to get through to him. Didn't feel there was like, it felt like there wanted him to see me. I wanted to get through to him. Didn't feel there was like, it felt like there was a blackness in his eyes. I wanted to look at him. I wanted him to even feel like him. And as I'm walking away, slowly trying to be deliberate about my movements, wasn't saying anything, I wasn't engaging. I am walking away from him slowly, and he tells me to hurry the fuck up. And I just look at him one more time, wanting to penetrate the monster to see the man that I love underneath that. Loved. And he tells me to hurry up again. And I pull my gaze away from him. I walk away from him. My back is, I feel this boot in my back. He just kicked me in the back. On the floor, I caught myself on the floor, and I just felt like I was looking at the floor of the plane felt like a long time. And I thought to myself, what to do? I can't believe he just kick me? No one said anything. No one did anything. It was like you could hear a pin. You could feel the tension, but no one did anything. And I just remember feeling so embarrassed. I felt so embarrassed that he in front of people. And more embarrassing, I didn't know what to do about it. I got up and I walked to the front of the plane. I sat down and I drew the window. And Jerry Judge's security and my friend both kind of under their breath asked me, I spent the rest of the time looking out of the window.
Sustain the objection.
And
did there come a time that you tape recorded Mr. Depp on this plane?
I want to sit here and say that I was telling myself I needed to leave him. as he got worse, he flight attendant, and he continued to drink, and then eventually started howling like an animal and passed out in the bathroom with the door locked, and was howling. And I at some point pushed record on my phone because there was that 5% part of me.
Objection, non-responsive.
I don't think it's non-responsive. She's explaining what led up to her tape recording him and why. It's non-responsive. She's explaining what led up to her tape recording him and why. I mean, I can ask her, will that solve it?
All right.
Tape record him.
Because I knew that Johnny wouldn't remember what he had done. I knew he would not remember. And if
Calls for speculation.
She can say why she did it and what she thought.
But that last part called for speculation. I'll sustain the
Don't
objection.
say, I knew. Why did you tape record?
in my experience, when John inebriated, he would not remember what he had done.
Calls for speculation.
How can that call for speculation?
I'll sustain the objection.
Defendants 221. And I'm going to play 3 different parts for it.
Your Honor,
if
may
we
we
can-
approach, please?
Okay.
So we're going to start with 221, and we're going to call it A, and that'll be 0 through 1 minute.
Okay, sure.
I mean, there's part of it that the noise of the airplane is a little bit loud, but to be able to pick up the noise. And then the second one is from 2:50 to 30 seconds.
You, 221 is in evidence, all of two.
The third one then, and then we
Yes.
can take the break?
Yes.
Thank
can
you.
play-
That would be at
You can play
9.
all of it if you'd like. That's fine. Thank
I
you.
think that'll torture the jury if I do that, Your Honor. 9:30.
No, this fucking idiot in case you get sick.
All right. And you can be changing gears after that, or do you have any more questions for this issue?
No, I think this would be.
Let's go ahead and take our morning break then. Just do not do any outside research and don't discuss the case with anybody. All right, thank you. And again, ma'am, since you're still testifying, don't discuss your testimony with anybody. All right, so let's just come back at, let's make it 11:42. All right, 11:42.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, we ready for the jury?
May we approach?
Okay, sure. All right, we ready for the jury then?
Yes, you're ready.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, see you next.
Thank you, Your Honor. Amber, following the plane ride, what did you do once you arrived, once you landed in?
I called for a cab, a car to pick me up, met me at the private airport, and I left straight off the plane as soon as we touched down. Johnny had been saying what he would do to me once we got on the ground, and I didn't know how long this. I wanted to just get out of there. I went to a hotel and called my friends to join me, which was my coping.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to take a look at Defendants 204. Did you reach out to?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay and bleeding.
Your Honor, I would attention to the first one in blue and the third one in blue, and I would say present sense impression and the state of mind at that time.
All right, you want to approach?
Yes. right, let's go to 205. Defendants 205. And this is a communication between you and Rocky Pennington, your best friend, is that correct? And this is a communication between you and Rocky Pennington, your best friend, is that correct?
That's correct.
Objection, hearsay.
Needs to be redacted. So 205 with redactions is in evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. May we publish to the jury? Thank you.
It is.
So Rocky on this is Rocky Pennington, your best friend, is that correct? Okay. And when did you send this communication to Rocky?
Once I had touched down in LA,
Okay. And you, what did you mean?
of what happened to me, I was scared of what was going to happen to me. I was scared if I left him, I was scared if I didn't, and I needed help. I just needed support. I couldn't go home. I still had my place in Orange. He had keys. I was scared.
Did you text your mother and your father about this incident?
Objection, hearsay.
If you want to.
Did you, what if any communication have with your mother or your father following this incident?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustain that objection.
Let's go to defendants 222, and Your Honor, I suspect we're going to be back up at the
All right, you
bench
want
on this
to
one.
approach? That's fine. Thank you.
What, if any, communications did you have with Kate James following the Boston plane incident? Did you have with Kate James following the Boston plane incident?
Objection, hearsay.
Your Honor, for
Okay. 224.
my argument would be business records exception.
All right, you want to come forward? We can do it.
So what, if anything, did you do the evening of the 24th of May?
I reached out to friends and family, asked for support,
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
and surrounded myself.
What, if anything, did you do for Lily Rose's birthday?
That's why we had gone back to Elsick after having passed out on the plane. So I took her to dinner. We went to Benihana's. It was, again, put on my smile, took her out, tried to make her feel, and celebrated for her birthday. And then I booked a flight out to New York to go back to New York, obviously without Johnny.
I'm going to ask you to now turn to 225. And Your Honor, I'm going to be 2 blue spots on that page with the state of mind, mental condition.
All right.
It doesn't, it's still hearsay, Your Honor. May we approach?
Yeah, you want to approach?
I'm going to ask you to turn now to 228.
Your Honor, we're going to object on hearsay.
First line, Your Honor,
Okay.
is all I understand in Your Honor's ruling.
All right. You want to come forward?
So tell us please tell the jury what you did then over that night, the next day, and
I cried a lot. Tried to surround myself with my friends. And leave him. I felt powerless. Nothing I did. You know, on the plane, I was so careful.
Objection, non-responsive.
please just tell us what you did, and you can tell how you feel. It's okay.
I resolved, tried to the strength to commit to leaving him. I knew I had to, difference. So I got myself back to LA. Excuse me, New York. And started going to Al-Anon Day. It's a support group for people who love addicts and alcoholics.
What, if any, communications did you have with Stephen Deuters? Your Honor, let me ask it this way. What, if any, communications did you have with Mr. Deuters communicating on behalf of Mr. Depp?
Objection.
On that, Your Honor.
You have to lay a foundation for that.
Okay. All right, let's go to 229A. And could you, without saying what the content is, who this text message is with?
Johnny's assistant.
What's his name?
His name is Stephen Deuters.
Okay. What if communication were you having with him following the Boston plane incident?
Objection, hearsay. May we approach?
All right, Ms. Means.
Did you communicate at all with Mr. Depp in the days following the plane incident?
Yes, I did.
Please tell the jury about those communications.
I heard from him through his assistants who were texting for him.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
You're not allowed to testify about the text messages with his assistant, but can you tell the jury about your communication with Depp?
Okay. It's kind of confusing because he was texting through them.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection. I'll strike that from the record, and you'll disregard that. Please answer the question.
Just confine it to the communications you had with Mr. Depp, please.
That he was sorry and told me that he didn't remember everything, but what he did remember, he was ashamed of. He begged me to forgive him. Said he understood and forgave me if I never wanted to speak to him again. He texted me at one point, and then I didn't respond. He texted me again that he understood that I had made my decision to move on and good luck, and I was better for it, and continued to contact me. I spoke to him when I was in New York on the phone, and he said that he was he had a chip, or that he was going to meetings, that he I think at the time mentioned a sober that was kind of advising him on sobriety, or not advising him, but, you know, encouraging him. And he was saying, well, look, you know, me and this person, we even went to a meeting. I've got me and this person, we even went to a meeting. I've got 3 days sober, 4 days sober, and that was the last time. The monster will never come back. Because it felt like such a different. It felt so much worse than it had ever been before, and because I had, New York, and I was trying to get my strength to leave him, I actually thought that it kind of would be the turning point. I thought I had.
Your Honor, non-responsive.
Overruled. Oh,
Thank you. Go ahead. Please continue.
I thought things would change.
Did you draft any kind of email to Mr. Depp to express your emotions and how you felt about all this? Well, let's go, I'll lay the foundation, Your Honor. Let's go to Defendants 239.
239.
Objection, hearsay, Your Honor.
And I would say it's impression and definitely state of mind, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection.
All right. So did you ultimately to Mr. Depp what you first drafted up in an email without saying anything about what's in the email? I'm just asking if she did.
No, what she said.
Correct.
Okay. Overruled.
Did you communicate to Mr. drafted in the email, and you don't get to say what you said?
Yes.
Okay. And what, if any, response did Mr. Depp to your sending that email to him?
He came to New York to fight for the relationship, for me, to prove that he was sober and changing. Embarrassed and sorry, he said he was, and I believed him. So I took him back, on the condition that he would uphold his promise to do the treatment, to do the full detox, clean up, and never go back.
So I'm going to take you now up to the June through August 2014 time frame. And I think you testified earlier, and others have as well, that Dr. Kipper and his group, correct?
Yes, he did.
Could you please describe for the jury what those next few months were like?
All of a sudden, this doctor gets brought on that I'd heard this name before. And all of a sudden, this doctor, Dr. Kipper, who apparently wrote a book on addiction and was this going to be the solution, the cure, and he got brought on board, and all of a sudden, the plan was that this team would be involved in Johnny's. So it felt real, it felt serious, I felt like protected. I had already by this point heard a million times, it seems like, promises to get clean and sober, but this felt like change. And they were going to come to Boston and start working with Johnny, and the plan was to keep Johnny on the same of drugs that he was on since he was filming. They needed him to finish filming the movie, so he was going to be maintained with his pills, including the painkillers. And the plan was he would obviously abstain from alcohol completely and all other drugs like weed and coke. Then when he finished filming, the plan was to do
Objection,
the full
Your Honor,
detox.
hearsay. And lack of foundation.
I don't understand I don't think it is. I think she was just explaining the context there. I don't think she was saying
Well, we
what
could
somebody
lay a foundation how she knew, but it's fine.
How did you know that?
I was involved in the conversations.
Okay.
Please. With his sister.
Objection,
And
Your Honor,
nurse.
that's still hearsay.
All right, I'll
Okay,
sustain the
that
objection.
That part is. So what happened next?
Nurse came to time in between, on weekends from filming. Until I wrapped my movie, which I was there and saw. A nurse was if I am not mistaken, and I was there and saw. A nurse was flown out to Boston, Debbie Lloyd, and I believe Kipper came out too, and they put Johnny on a bunch of new medications, which they shared with me, told me about.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Well, we have to be careful about what other people told, but you can testify to what you know, okay? So what happened then?
I saw his medications change. I know the amount that Johnny told them he was on was so that they could maintain him for the filming. Make a drastic change in the amount of painkillers he was taking. But his behavior, his whole personality changed quickly. He would be speaking to me, and at the time I was staying in Boston with him, having wrapped my movie, and he would, in mid-sentence, fall asleep. One time I was sitting across from him, and he would come in and out of sleep, being awake, completely what appeared to be asleep, while talking to me, and he had a cigarette in his hand, and, Johnny constantly smoked, and he just sat the cigarette, as he fell asleep while speaking. They're hand-rolled cigarettes. They don't stay lit very long, thankfully. But, it was things like that, and I didn't understand it. Even with drug use in my family, I hadn't seen anything like this. And it was so dramatic, the change, that I was trying to figure out with the nurses and doctors what happened, what changed, how we could explain the change and what medications were causing it. Involved. So, I was constantly worried and in communication, and Johnny's behavior got worse and worse, more of this passing out, nodding off, waking up in the middle of the night, screaming, waking up in the middle of the night, sometimes crying, and the emotions would change from one to the next. Like by the I remember we were on a long weekend when he was filming. You know, it broke my heart. There was just a lot of changes, and what Kipper had introduced into broke my heart. There was just a lot of changes, and I really didn't know. I felt so bad for him, and I thought maybe introduced into the regime, the medications. But what I found out in that time is that he was taking about double the amount.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Okay, overruled.
Thank you. Please continue.
It was taking about double the amount that he told them was his normal when the process with the doctors. So after a few, it's, I think, months of going, what is wrong? And, turning him over when he vomited at night, pulse, there were, all of a sudden when I realized the amount was about double, I realized then he had been lying to them and me about the amount so that he could get extra high before he had a detox. But that I can't it was such an that weeks, months, it was so agonizing. I don't know how long it lasted, but I was so concerned for this person, and he had just been meds because he didn't.
So, Michelle, can you pull up 1092, Defendants Exhibit 1092? Amber, did you take this picture of Mr. Depp?
I did.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the exhibit 1092.
All right, any objection?
No objection.
All right, 1092 in evidence. You can publish. Thank you.
And can you describe what did here and why you took this picture?
This was during that time when the prescriptions that he was on in the got so bad that he was like this just throughout the day, off and on, and then he would take Adderall and he'd be really go, and then it would be this again, and it was so erratic and so it changed so quickly, and I naively now really did not understand what was going on. I deeply cared about this human's well-being.
All right.
And it was very confusing and scary.
So did there come a time then that Mr. Depp went into detox for oxycodines or whatever they're called?
When he finished filming, the plan was to do the detox, and that's what we did.
And when was that?
That would have been early August of 2000. I believe we left. We were there for, I think, a week to 10 days, 8th through the 18th. More or less.
And we've heard some testimony about this, but can you please describe for the place during this detox on the Bahama Islands in August 2014?
It was, for the first few days, okay. The nurse, and then later nurse and doctor were staying on a different part of the island. A few minutes drive by ATV, by one of those ATV vehicles. But we communicated via walkie-talkie and occasionally through text. And it was okay at first, and then it just really wasn't okay. It was up, down, he'd be mad at me. Then he was wanting a hug. He cried a lot. He wanted to have sex a lot, which is just not like Johnny at all. And up, down, mood, and it was like I felt like I constantly was catering to the mood, that whatever he was going through at the time. I was just trying to adapt and kind of roll with it, and provide pressure. I was on a schedule and constant communication with the nurses about delivering the meds, giving him his meds at a certain time. I was just trying to take care of him. And a few days in, you know, I guess the effects of the detox really started to change. And it went from this like erratic behavior up and down to just really down, bursts into anger at me, yelling at me. I crossed the table, I walked away from it at the table. I crossed the table in a certain way, and he screamed at me about that and tried to overturn this table, lucked it down to the deck. But I remember him shaking it and screaming, and at a different point, he was really calm and sweet and thanking me. And then another, you know, he looked like he was balancing out, and we had a conversation, and he was saying he'd like quit the detox and he couldn't do it anymore. And I was trying to find the language to
Please try to continue without what you said, please.
I said something, and he got so angry at me, he slapped me across the face. But he did it like while crying. It was the weirdest thing. He was crying. No woman had ever embarrassed him like that. No woman had ever made him feel like that. I heard that for the rest of the trip too, just on repeat. And felt bad. I feel bad. Still feel bad. But, you know, I didn't want to make him feel embarrassed. That's not what I wanted to do. I don't know how to detox someone. You know, I don't know how to help them through that. And I shouldn't have been there. You know, I don't.
Why were you there?
Because he asked me to. That was a phenomenally dumb idea. I don't know why why the doctors and nurses didn't tell me not to. I didn't what that was going to look like or be like. And it was hell. You know, we're on an island. I'm trying to take care of him, and he was hallucinating and...
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
Screaming at me for things that I said when I didn't say I hadn't said anything. I would tell him, Johnny,
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Well, I think in the context, you prove the truth of the matter asserted.
What's it for?
It's just telling the context of...
I'll sustain the objection. Thank you.
Please continue and just say what he says and what he did and what your observation.
He was accusing me of having a man in the house with me. We were in a single, you know, in a cabin. It's basically with a closet and a bathroom. I mean, there's nowhere to hide, really. I mean, there's a closet and a bathroom. And he, at one point, told me that I was hiding somebody in the house. Another point, he was communicating with someone not in the room. It would yell at me and yell at someone else. It wasn't there. And I asked for what I should do. I didn't know what to do. It was terrifying and strange. The whole week.
Bahamas and finished.
Meaning Debbie Lloyd, we flew back to LA. Debbie Lloyd, Dr. Kipper, and I we flew back to LA, and he was going back and forth between saying he wasn't going to continue to, it was back and forth. Everything was up, down, erratic, like changing every second. And we got to LA, and Debbie and Kipper communicated with me. But I decided it would be probably in everyone's best interest if I went away to a hotel. Johnny put me up in this room in this hotel while he finished the process of detox in LA, and I had out with my girlfriends there to support me as per usual.
So Michelle, can you pull up 272, please? And after you both returned to LA, did Mr. Depp communicate with you by text while you were apart, while he was finishing the detox?
Yes, he did.
Your Honor, I'd like to move the admission of 272.
Any
Defendants
objection?
yes, excuse me, Your Honor, to the second.
You mean the response?
Right.
It's just present sense impression, but I'm understanding Your Honor's.
Redact it,
Can we
that's fine.
redact that second message? All right, Your Honor,
All right. Any objection to 272 redacted?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, 272 isn't.
and Amber, I'm going to show you now what is Defendants Exhibit 272, and this is on August 20, 2015. It's a text message from Mr. Depp to you. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and just so that we can highlight here, to let you know that I'm fine, my angel, I miss you, of course, but this was the right thing to do to speed up the process. I love you more than life. Yours, Steve. Do you see that? So what, if any, expressions was Mr. Depp giving you at this point that he was angry with you ever having to help participate with the detox or something along that line?
Objection, form, compound.
I'll allow it, but just for trying to keep the record clear, 272 has already been entered into evidence without that rejection. So I would wish if I could have both sides to keep track of their evidence. It's not my job to keep this.
Thank you, Your Honor. I just got a note to that effect.
272 is an evidence without, you can clear the redaction and publish it. It's really the party's responsibility to take care of the record, not mine.
My apologies on that one, Your Honor. All right.
All right, and I overruled the objection, so she can answer the question.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, can you?
Yes,
That's fair.
that's fair. I said, what, if anything, did Mr. Depp say about that you were torturing him on the island and he didn't want you there?
Very confusing for me to hear that because even though he was hallucinating at various moments when he would have these kind of episodes, I did nothing but try to take care of him. Not a nurse. I did my best to support him. And he thanked me. He thanked my mom. And told me, of course, I saved his life. That he wouldn't be able to make this change without me. And that hard on him and us and me, but that he was so thankful that I was there for him.
Okay, we can take this down now, Michelle, thank you. And I'm going to take you up to September, October of 2014. Do you remember filming Magic Mike 2 in that time frame?
Yes, I do.
And what, if any, connection in that time frame?
Well, I bargained with him about me doing the role. He told me he would call the actors. It was a mostly male cast. But I bargained with him.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Don't say what you said, just say what he said, okay?
Mm-hmm. He reluctantly kind of agreed to me working on this movie or taking a job. He was filming a different movie in London at the time. I wasn't going to play a sexualized character. I wore no makeup or minimal makeup in the movie. No sexy clothing. No kissing scenes. No sex scenes. So I went and did that film in October of... I went and did that film in October of 2014 in Georgia. Finished his movie in London, and then at some point he came out to pick me up in Georgia and was there a day or two of filming.
I'm going to ask you to turn to, Michelle, can you bring 310, please? Defendants 310. Indications with Mr. Depp about auditioning for another role in this time frame.
Objection, Your Honor. I'm going to object to the exhibit as hearsay.
Not sure who's in the text exchange.
It is a text exchange, Your Honor, so, but is Mr. Depp. And the one I'm most focused on is on the second page, Your Honor.
On the second page?
Yes.
All right, so just that text?
Based on Your Honor's rulings, yes.
To that text?
No, thank you, Your
Okay,
Honor.
if we can get that redacted.
And while that's being redacted, Amber, let me ask you, anything was Mr. Depp saying to you in this time frame, we're talking November 2014, about you not working anymore or not taking on any?
Objection, Your Honor. Compound.
They're all the
And
same
leading.
subset.
Overruled, I'll allow it.
Thank you.
Johnny was angry with me for working. I finished my job and I needed to eventually find another job, meaning a movie. He was furious at me for, he found like, we call them sides, they're just pieces of an audition, pages. Right. And he found something that had been sent to me to consider auditioning for, and he blew up at me. Yeah, I think what he said to me is that I didn't tell him, that I didn't ask him, and that because he didn't know about that audition that I hadn't done yet, that I had been hiding it. And I was furious. I ended up not doing that audition, I believe. Well, there was a few, one or two in that time that I did audition for, and one or two that I didn't.
I'm going to ask you now to take a look at what is Defendants Exhibit 310, this email from Mr. Depp.
Yes, it's a text.
Your Honor, I'm going to move for the admission of...
It's in evidence, 310
Oh, okay.
redactions, so I published it.
Please tell the jury about this text and the context.
This was Johnny's response, apologizing for having an audition.
Okay. Thank you. All right, now I'm going to stay in November 2014. And did there come a time that Mr. Depp told you that he understood that you need more jobs, that you were going to stop working?
Well, Johnny said this to me in an argument, in a fit of rabbit, and kind of alluded to me having agreed to not work anymore, which, if you don't know me, is preposterous. There's no way I would agree to that. Although, and gave up a lot of
Objection,
these
Your Honor,
fights.
hearsay.
That wasn't...
Overruled.
Thank you. Please continue.
So he reached out to me to that effect, furious at me for taking meetings. There was one in particular I wanted, one meeting I wanted to take because of the sci-fi writer, and I remember I wanted to take that. These things were just between them when things were good between Johnny and I. He would be, he would it to me like, I'm trying to look out for you. You say that you don't want to be objective, but you're doing it to yourself. But at first it was because I dressed a certain way or had sex scenes, and then it just got more narrow and more narrow and more narrow what I could do without for why the industry, Hollywood, the entertainment industry was putting me in a box and objectifying me. So it became my fault. I mean, I believed it. I adopted a lot of these changes myself, not because Johnny, said you have to do it this way, but because of all the other things that he said and did, I eventually found myself making decisions about my own career, about how I dressed, about how I wore my hair, how I presented, where my eyes walked into a room. And I believe those were my own decisions.
Amber, did there come a time in November of 2014 that you, in counseling with Dr. Cowan and you and Mr. Depp?
We attempted to. I had stopped seeing my therapist at the teen. I couldn't sustain seeing her and be in the relationship with Johnny, and I chose Johnny. Dr. Kipper introduced me to his close friend, Dr. Cowan. And I met with Dr. Cowan and agreed to the communication about my care, my treatment, both what I said to Cowan and what I said to Dr. Kipper, who had become my physician as well. Nurse on me that would be my travel companion, and that travel companion would keep tabs on me and report to Dr. Kipper, who, Johnny?
Objection, hearsay. Calls for speculation.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. So tell us about the couples therapy in November 2000.
So Dr. Cowan, this man who is friends with Kipper, who's treating me, agreed to see Johnny and I together. And I don't know how many minutes of that went on before Johnny stormed out, knocked something off the table on his way out, and rolled a joint in the bathroom before storming out of the office, slamming the
All right, so I'm going to take you up to December of 2014, and specifically December 17, 2000. And I'm going to ask you to take what, if anything, do you recall of an incident with Mr. Depp relating to Clive Barker?
He was the sci-fi writer that I liked. Well, fantasy sci-fi writer. I had a dream project based on a book that I loved of this author. He's just a weirdo genius, artist, writer. And I had a meeting through another director about a piece of property he wanted to make into a movie. And I believe we were at the ECB. It was in December of 2014 when Johnny found out that scheduled, and was furious at me. Accused me of having this sleep with this. He was mad that I was taking the meeting at this man's house, but the man was very ill, like terminally ill, and his bed or his home. He was under home care and very ill. And the person who was introducing us explained to me how we had to meet, and I did. And that was a big problem for Johnny. At first, it was that he was concerned about my safety, and I thought that was sweet. There is something that I thought was sweet and romantic about that, but combined with the drinking, it was not very long before I was being accused of full-on having this other plan to sleep with the writer in order to get this part that I was already being, develop. And it was just this, he switched from he was accusing me of having this ulterior motive with this director, the director having it with me, then with this writer. And the important thing I can try to get across in this moment is that nothing I said, no amount of explaining, apologizing, accepting, agreeing to not go, nothing worked. Nothing changed. How mad he was at me and constantly telling me I had done something wrong to deserve what was happening. Of course, he takes it too far, hits me too hard, breaks too many things in the house, and then leaves, which was the pattern. And he would leave with the cleanup. He never had to deal with the cleanup. He never had to deal with the destruction or see me or the house that he had destroyed. He never had to deal with my face the next day. He would just go. I called it. And eventually I'd get an apology of some kind, or I would get an offer to have him come over and talk or give me my peace or give me my goodbye. And in many ways, I found myself accepting, give me my goodbye. And in many ways, I found myself accepting that, knowing it was kind of tense, because I too wanted to resolve it. I didn't want him to think I was sleeping with this sci-fi writer. I didn't want him to think that I was this slut he said I was. Part of me really wanted to believe that he didn't mean those things, and I wanted to get to that part of him that would tell me he didn't mean what he said and that he was acting this way because he was, and the cycle would repeat, I suppose.
Was there any physical violence on or around December 17, 2014?
This is the answer to your question. I don't really remember what happened in that fight. I remember more afterwards. I remember it. I remember him telling me he took it too far. I remember him saying he'd never do it again. And I remember wanting to get to Christmas. Christmases are hard, probably for everyone. And I remember it was close enough to Christmas that I was tired and I wanted to be in a I wanted a peaceful state for Christmas. I didn't want to go through a breakup at this time. I didn't want to, that's what I remember of that time.
Let's bring up Defendants Exhibit 321. And this is on 12/17/2014. It's a text message exchange between you and Mr. Depp.
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I'd like to move the admission of Defendant 321.
Any objection?
Quick minute. Your Honor, no objection.
Evidence, you can publish it, please.
Amber, I'm just going to turn your attention to this. This is an email exchange, Depp, and he says, I am truly sorry to have upset you to the degree that I have. I couldn't be more sorry for yet again ruining your day. Of course, take your generosity, your selflessness, your affection, and your sweet doting deeply into my heart, and I think that I've been reciprocal. Agony is never the answer to any equation or rage. Please know that my apology is sincere and solid, and as stupid as it sounds, I hope your meeting with Clive Barker is excellent.
Yes.
Okay, and then you respond, thank you for your words, and you indicate you just left Betty Sue's, that's his mother?
Yes, and I then had a glass of wine with my former agent, Megan.
Okay.
That she encouraged.
Objection, hearsay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
All right, and we can take that down. Let's 5, Defendants 325, please. And this is an email exchange the following day, 12/8/14, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, Your Honor, I'd move the admission of Defendants 325. It's already in. Oh, it's already in, Your Honor. My apologies. Out at lunch.
With what redaction?
It's already in, so.
It's been in evidence. Does anybody over there have the list of evidence that's already in evidence?
Yes.
Okay, we're making sure.
It's in.
It's in evidence.
Without redactions, Your Honor?
It was redacted. I don't know what it was redacted to.
The redactions don't.
That's how it is in evidence, Mr. Murphy? We can check. We'll check our copy.
Thank you. It's fine, Your Honor. We've confirmed.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. It can be published.
Thank you.
You can't see it on your screen? All right, we'll take care of that during the break. If you could just share it there. Thank you. All right, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So this is from Mr. Depp, right? Says, it's a way, I've let it go too far, went too far. Do you see? I always regret it when I jump, or worse, continue that behavior. Therefore, what he's referring to is shrink. I'll put in heavy work with shrink. What he's referring to is shrink.
Psychologist.
Objection calls for speculation.
Did you have an understanding of what he meant?
Yes, I knew exactly what he meant.
And what did he mean?
Shrank.
What did he call shrink?
Johnny called shrinks, meaning of psychologists, therapists, shrank.
Okay. Less for your disappointment in me, for my behavior, I'm a fucking savage. You see that?
Yes.
All right. Gonna lose that, the devil is all around. Now, lose that, the devil is all around. Now, you respond to this, and of course, before you go there, and he says, I am well aware I should, and that it will never again manifest in negative experiences. It can be done. What a killer concept to visualize. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And I miss you already, correct?
That's right.
Right. And what, if anything, is that consistent with?
Well, the language he used after particularly violent episodes, savage, monster, devil. That's what we ended up both calling his other side. Would do and say unbelievably horrible things. It was very different from the other Johnny. That was, in my opinion. And this is typical of the apologies that I would get when he took it too far physically. Encouraged because I thought it meant he understood that he could really hurt me. Sometimes I didn't think he understood how much he could hurt me. Physically, I mean. So after this, I had a visible bruise, but I remember what other people, well, I can't say that, what they said, so. Anyway, and I, in these fights, would try to stand up for myself. By December 2014. I was pushing back, I'd push him off of me, I'd try to hit his hands away, I'd try to get back up, which sometimes, not sometimes, almost always made it worse. Always seemed to provoke him. But I tried. And worse, I yell at him, I'd scream at him, I'd call him ugly names. So ashamed of the names we'd call each other. It was awful. It was awful. We both. That pattern, it was so, I felt so angry that this was happening to me, and it just felt so unfair, Nothing I could do, felt like nothing I could do would change the sobriety patterns, felt like nothing. So, I tried for over a year, maybe 2, of just not responding physically, not responding verbally, just staring at him. I tried to freeze. I tried to go to a different place. I would try then lashing out verbally. I would try to threaten that if he hit me again, that I would call the police. The police were called several times, but I threatened to leave him, and tried to leave him, and nothing was working. And I think by this point in our relationship, we're both next to each other, screaming at each other, and unfortunately, when Johnny would start hitting me, he'd just win. I don't know how else to describe it.
This might be a good time for the lunch break.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and take our lunch break at this time until 2 o'clock. Please do not discuss the case or do any outside research, okay? Thank you. All right. And again, ma'am, just don't discuss your testimony with anybody this time, okay? All right, thank you. So 2 o'clock? All right,
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, thank you. All right, you may be seated. Your next question.
Thank you, Your Honor. Michelle, Defendants Exhibit 236, which has already been admitted.
Thank you.
Amber, I'm jumping back to the Boston plane incident just for a moment. We had a lot of different texts and a lot of exchange, but text messages from, this is from Mr. Depp to you, correct?
Yes, it is.
And this is on 5/25, the day after the Boston.
That's correct.
All right, and he is saying, once again, I find myself in a place of shame and regret. Of course, I am sorry. I really don't know why or what happened. But again, I want to get better for you and for me. I must. My illness somehow crept up and grabbed me. I can't do it again. I can't live like that again either. And I will for both of us, starting today. I love you. Again, I'm so sorry, so sorry. I love you and feel so bad for letting you down. Do you see that? That you testified to, that he gave you?
Yes.
Okay. All right, now I'm going to jump back to where we left off. January of 2015, Danish girl, you're filming in London, is that correct?
Yes, that would have been January.
Now, we heard some testimony from Isaac Baruch earlier about a telephone call that you had with Mr. Depp. Do you recall that call?
I do.
Can you please tell the jury and remember to tell them what Mr. Depp was saying on that call? And you can give the back. I didn't mean to cut you off on the context. Go ahead.
The nature of the conversation was pleasant. Friendly, fine, normal. And, then Johnny stopped making sense with this. Like, you know, he'd start a sentence and then act confused when I would be confused. And that pattern kind of pretty dramatically in a short amount of time. And I was in a hotel room in London speaking to him in Los Angeles. And the phone cut off. I thought it was a connection issue. And I remember getting out of bed and walking into the bathroom to get something, and I was redialing him. And in the span of that short amount of time we had been disconnected, it was minutes. Not even minutes. I called him back thinking the phone had been answered, and he said, how could you tell me that? How could you say that to me? Who the fuck is he? And he asked me that a few times, and I was so confused. I didn't understand what he was talking. I expressed that to him.
he says, "Who is the guy, the one in New York that you're fucking?" And it was such a bizarre conversation because it had already started to feel like he was not making, it was almost as if he was confused by the time he got to the end of it. And then all of a sudden he tells me that I have just told him that I had a lover in New York, and he's accusing me of having just told him about it, which was crazy to me. Not only was that not accurate, I would never have communicated with him like that. More or less called him on the phone to do it and then call him back and wonder what an issue was. It was just the most bizarre thing. But he was so worked up, incoherent, and accusing me of having had this conversation with him. Drops out, and I spoke to the person who picked up the phone.
Okay. And how did that end?
I no longer spoke to Johnny. I probably can't say what the person told me.
Are we talking about Isaac?
I did. It was my understanding Johnny was passed
Objection,
out.
hearsay.
Okay.
Sustain.
All right, January 25, 2000, Tokyo. Please tell, it's the premiere of Mordecai. Correct? Did you accompany Mr. Depp to Tokyo for the premiere of Mordecai?
When I was,
Please tell the jury about that trip.
well, I had just started to pick out the wedding dress right before that trip. We're moving for us to get married shortly after this trip. So we took this trip to promote his movie. I went with, we got in an argument in the hotel room, and I said, I don't remember what I said to him, but I said something snotty to him. It provoked him. And when I walked into the hallway, he grabbed me by the arm and slammed me up against the hallway wall and kind of struggled with him, tried to push him off of me. And I managed to get out of his grasp enough to take a few steps, and I kind of curved around. And by the time I made it into the closet, he had me by the hair, and what felt like he was just wailing on me, sloppy way, like hitting the back of my head, and kind of wrestled me down to the floor. I mean, it felt to me like I didn't even have a fair shot because I wasn't even really looking at him. I was walking away from him. Or else, you know, I would have at this point even like I would have tried to more, but I didn't. I kind of felt like it didn't see it coming, and he just wrestled me down to the ground. And I remember he was screaming at me. I mean, like really screaming loud. And what I remember of that is trying to get up and him kind of wrestling me back down, and at one point put his knee on my back. It was kind of like kneeling on my back. And I just had this like struggle. And I look at him and he's still got his glasses on. I just remember looking at him and thinking that was so, I mean, he just looked like anything, you know, he still had his glasses on, sunglasses. And he was screaming at me that he hated me, that it was over, he didn't want to marry me. It's disgusting. He made this mistake, it was a big mistake, and everyone hated me. And on the floor, just, more than anything, I was heartbroken. He was serious. I thought, maybe, God, he doesn't love me. Maybe he really feels this way. It broke my heart. Broke my heart. I wanted to marry him so bad. This is the man I loved, you know. Yes, it was awful at times, but I loved him and what he was saying.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
Overruled.
What he was saying to me hurt just as bad as anything else. I just remember that he left me on the closet floor. As embarrassing as it is to say, I went up to him at some point. I don't know how much time had passed. He was sitting at the piano in the living room of the hotel room that we had. I know it may be hard to understand, to hear myself say, but I just wanted it to stop. I wanted things to just be okay. And I just sat next to him on the piano and just leaned my head on his shoulder, and of course I was mad. And felt it was horrible what he'd done. But on the other hand, I'd be okay. I could just put I could put the physical stuff. I just kept going back on how much I loved this person. So just put my makeup on and went to the premiere with him, and walked the red carpet with him, and I remember in the car checking my phone because my dress was backless. Of all times to have a back. It was surreal on me, and we surreal because I was checking for bruises and making sure that nothing on me, and we just looked like this other thing on this red carpet when it was just like that. It's embarrassing. You know, it's hard to, I'm sure it's hard to.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
I'm going to take you to February 2015, to your wedding. Can you please tell the jury about your wedding?
So we get married in Los Angeles. I get a sense that it was a wedding, running around Los Angeles. I was getting married that day, and I remember running around, I went to therapy, got ready, and Johnny and I met at the penthouses downtown, and I wore a white dress, and I had bobby pinned in my hair. And penthouse, I met with Johnny in the hallway, and So handsome and happy, and I felt we were making the right decision. I was so to having this, I thought we'd get married and we'd have stability, safety. So I car, and for the second time since I've known Johnny, he drove himself, drove us alone. You know, we didn't have that. And we drove surprised. And a justice of the peace arrived, looking surprised. And she married us in the living room of his mother's house, Betty Sue, with our families together. My best, his mom. We ate food with the kids. They were there. And we had a wonderful evening, and then got up and the plane either the next morning or the day after, and flew to Johnny's Island. And we had what we had planned for the better part of a year or so, maybe 8 months, for this 3-day wedding on his island with our 12 people, maybe 15 people. We had had these little houses built, like not tents, but not houses, these little, for the guests. We had them built and designed on that. We had people come out, and it was magic. You know, I was marrying the love of my life. It was complicated, but I thought it was the love of my life. And we had our friend's 3-day event, the first night of which was supposed to be he and I separate, with our relative parties, so me with the bridal party. Fellas, the bridal party, we had planned to do a cuddle puddle, have mushrooms and drink wine, and, you know, have our own like whole party separate. And then the next day have the wedding festivities. We were going to be married around sunset. Wedding festivities. We were going to be the wedding festivities. We were going to be married around sunset, and beach, not the beach that Johnny had named for me, although I think we originally planned on having the ceremony on that beach, but it was changed at some point to walk down the aisle, the beach aisle, and said our vows, and the sun. We shot the bird, meaning the middle finger, up at the paparazzi helicopter circling. We shot the bird, meaning the middle finger, up at the paparazzi helicopter circling, or plane circling around us while we were on the altar. We danced and celebrated. And then I left the island because I had to go work.
When you say you left the island, you had to go to...
In London, which is the film that I had been in London for in January when...
And what, if any, film was Mr. Depp? And what, if any, film was Mr. Depp going to at that point?
Well, the plan, why we did the wedding, he had always had this commitment to do Pirates 5. And he was going to shoot that in Australia, and I was going to shoot The Danish Girl. And I started The Danish Girl, and he was going to fly out mid-February to Australia. So his movie was going to take the majority of the year, meaning until August, maybe longer. So the plan was to do it when we did it, so that we didn't have to wait until the fall of the following year. So shortly after, I returned to Los Angeles, and then flew from Los Angeles on to Australia to shoot Pirates 5, excuse me.
Okay. And what was the for you when you finished with Danish Girl?
The plan was always for me to wrap on my movie in Australia, where he was filming P5, Pirates 5.
Okay, and when approximately was that?
That was March 3rd.
March 3rd that you wrapped, that you finished with Danish Girl?
I believe, I can't recall the exact date, but I believe it was.
Okay, and then tell the jury, where did you fly to get to Australia? How long of a turnaround was it for you to get to Australia?
I think it's about 24 hours. I could be mistaken on the exact amount of time, but I remember it's quite a distance from London. I was filming in London, he was filming in Australia. Effectively, you have to fly 12 hours, stop, get on a different plane and fly, I think, around the same amount of time, if I'm not mistaken.
Arrived before you finished wrapping with Danish Girl. Before you finished wrapping with Danish Girl and were heading out shortly before,
Well, at first it was great. Even though we were separated, it was so hard to, leave right after you get married. Especially considering that in Johnny and I's relationship, it was always so much. So that was hard, but we communicated pretty consistently, and it was positive until the sense that he thought I was sleeping. To change, and I was sleeping with the director, and then it was with the actor I was filming with.
Who was the actor you were filming with?
Eddie Red. I was not that it mattered, but I could do my best to field the accusations, and then they were okay. And one day, right before I'm supposed to fly to Australia, he, I think it was the night before I was supposed to leave to go to Australia, he calls my hotel room, apparently. I had a sense that the phone was ringing. I think I was in the shower at the time, but not much time had passed, and it was someone from the hotel that I was staying at. The hotel staff had been sent up to the room because Johnny...
Objection calls for hearsay and speculation.
I'll sustain the objection.
Tell what the staff said. What happened next?
Then I start communicating with Johnny.
And when you say started, I mean, was he on the... And what happened here?
He called the room and then my cell phone, and then once I was on the cell phone, he was accusing me of not being in my room, so he called the room, and I had, by answering the phone. And we had a lengthy kind of circular conversation about where I was and why I didn't answer the phone. Immediately, he didn't sound like he was connected to reality. It just didn't seem like, to me, it seemed like a previous pattern. I was unsure what to make of it because he wasn't right in front of me, but he was accusing me of what it seemed like is having, I guess, I got a sense from him was, I guess, an affair or a reason to not be. I got a sense from him was, cheating or, that I was hiding something, and why I wasn't answering the phone, and hence why. That was right before I left.
So before you headed to Australia, what, if any, requests did you make of Mr. Depp for MDMA?
That's ridiculous.
Why is that ridiculous?
Because I would never, I learned my lesson the hard way on the plane to Russia. I would never do MDMA with him. I'm asking him in that case, like that, I would never do that.
Okay. So you flew to Australia and met with Mr. Depp, right? And I'm going to, Defendants 1809, and Your Honor, these are some of the pictures that Mr. King, you may recall, was testifying earlier, said he had on his phone.
Okay.
And then those were given, so.
I have these, is what you're saying. Okay, that's fine. 1809.
Correct. I'm just going to show you a few pictures. You recognize, and I realize you didn't take this photo. I'm going to move the admission of it, though, Your Honor.
Any objection to 1809?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, 1809 in evidence, you can publish.
Pass one up and give one to the other side. We tried to, given the strangeness of this.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate it.
Amber, do you recognize this photo?
I do.
Tell the jury what this is.
That is the driveway leading up to the house that Johnny was renting while shooting Pirates 5.
Okay. And then I'm going to try to make this a little faster, and I'm going to go 18. Make this a little faster, and I'm going to go 1810.
A series of photos, if you want to
Yes.
show council what they are, maybe we can get them entered all together, and then you could just
Yes,
go on with your questions.
yes. And these are all I will represent, ones that we got from Mr. King.
All right, if you want to take a look at them.
And Your Honor, if I may just approach, I'll give you the whole stack.
Okay, that's
That might
fine.
look like- We can keep that up if you want. Wait, Amber, do you see those kangaroos in there?
When I was pulling up to the house, I saw kangaroos as well.
Sorry.
No objection to any of them?
I don't believe so, Your Honor.
But make sure you look through them all, too. I just want to make sure.
Thank
I'll
you, Your
go ahead and
Honor.
read them into the record once you have looked through them all. And then
Them. I have no objection to
all
any
right.
of these photographs.
So we'll enter into evidence defendants 1804, 1805, 1806, 1807, 1808, 1810, 1811, 1812, 1814, 1815, 1817, 1819, 1820, 1821, 1825, 1828, 1829, 1830, 1831, 1834, 1835, 1838, 1839, 1840, 1841, and 1842. Did I get them all?
I believe so.
We agree that's all of them in evidence? Okay. They're all in evidence. So as long as you're just going to be referencing those photos, we'll keep it on
We
for
can
you to
keep it
publish
moving.
them.
Thank you, Your Honor. Appreciate it. Okay. Whose home was?
It was I think like a well-known sportsman, racing cars or something of that nature.
Okay. Let's, Michelle, if you can pull up 1810. Is this another picture from that home?
Yes, that looks like it's the view from the bathroom.
Okay. And then let's go pull up 1811. Is that a picture of the home?
That's that.
And let's go to 1812.
That's the view from the living room. It opened into a lagoon.
Okay. You little over of the swimming pool, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then let's do one more, 1814. This is inside the house.
Yes.
Okay. And if you can look to the back here where I've got I'm making some, what if anything is that?
That's the kitchen.
Okay, this is the dining room and this is on the main level.
What we're looking at is the dining room table on the main level with the kitchen in the background.
Okay. Now I'm going to ask you to take this jury through your experience, what happened in Australia once you arrived there.
Well, I was stations that I had with him before I left, and then in transit I stopped in Dubai and spoke. So I was a little nervous, but he indicated me that he wanted me to come. He said I miss my wife at the end of the phone call that we had in the I called him from Dubai, and he said, I miss my wife. Okay, safe to, it's good. And I missed him so much, that's all I want. All I wanted to do is see my new husband. I flew in, I immediately walked into the bedroom. I was so excited to see him. And he was a ton of weight. So I just knew something was up. And he kind of quickly kissed me and kind of, we had some interaction. It was brief. He was leaving to go work. He had to work that day. But the plan was he would come back, which he did in the evening, and then he was supposed to have a 3-day weekend, a long weekend. So he comes back that evening, had kind of prepared some things for the fridge, mashed potatoes, I think spinach as well. There were some steaks in the fridge, but he had kind of prepped some of the sides. And I was looking forward to having this kind of, our style at-home date. We'd just been, we're a new married couple. We hadn't seen each other after getting married. And I start dinner and am happy to see him. And at some point early evening, he pulls out a bag of MDMA. I asked him what it was, and he told me it was MDMA. And I was surprised because at the time that, there was no question mark as to how I would respond to that, or so I thought. It's like, why would you even think that that's okay?
I'm clean and sober. I was, touch and go, but for the wedding, he was drinking Beck's. I think at some point he did have wine on the island, but I just moved ahead. So I was surprised that he would even pull out this bag and, well, frankly, not hide it from me. And he kind of seemed to suggest that we do it together. And I was like, absolutely not. Like, I just got here. I want to see you. I want to spend time with you. It was the exact opposite of what I expected, what I wanted. And it just seemed to me that he would even suggest this to be something that I could participate in with him. If you had been through what I had been through at that point, it's crazy. At some point, he drinks in front of me. At first, I think it was like a Malbec or a wine or something. And I remember it kind of started an argument. And that was upstairs in that room that we just looked at a picture of, by the sunflowers. That's more or less where we were standing. And we get in an argument, and I shove past him, just stomp off. And he grabs me. We have an argument, me walking away, and am I walking out of this? And in my head, I was like, I actually wasn't thinking of leaving yet, but that would later be going through my mind. We had a brief interaction, and I don't a lot of flashes. It gets a little bit more confusing from my ability to recall everything in a linear way a little later on as things got crazier. This part, the first night, what I distinctly remember is at one point, I don't think I had gotten very far, or maybe I came back into the room. When he shoved me, I went flying across these parakeet floors. I mean, just skidding across these floors. And I remember thinking, it just looked so, throw me around like that, I just slid, screeching my skin against this, And we had another argument that was a spin-off from that. It was just kind of this on-off sort of thing that eventually, in this interaction, he shoves me up against the fridge. He has me by the throat, holding me there by my throat. And I wondered if it was the drugs. I wondered if it was him. It hadn't, in my recollection, it hadn't been that long. He has me up against the throat. He's kind of bashing me against the wall next to the fridge. Yeah. And at some point, I'm in his face, and I don't know if he had let go of my neck or loosened my grip, but I remember slapping him across the face, screaming at him. He's screaming at me. I got my hand free when he tried to grab me when I walked off. I saw upstairs. I don't know if it was in that instance or if it was in a later one that I eventually barricaded the door. It wouldn't stop him from coming in. He could come in the other doors. There's there's a back door, there's patio, but at least I'd hear it. And this is March 2015. By this time, I'm being medicated by his doctor. He's giving me anti-anxiety meds. Had already tried to give me antidepressants. They didn't work for obvious reasons, I hope. I wasn't sleeping. I had insomnia. I'd wake up with panic attacks. I needed to sleep, but my ability to do so was really, really compromised at this point. And I kept thinking that I just wanted to hear him so I could be aware, so I could be ready for what was going to come in with him. And took some sleeping pills. I woke up and asked him that he had not slept. I gave up and door, but I managed to go to sleep. I took some sleeping pills. I woke up, and when I came downstairs, he was still up. And by this point, he thought I was working with Billy Bob Thornton on but I had already worked with him a year earlier, set about him and the gentleman that invited me to a concert in London. You know, my co-star, he was upset about these people, even though I had done that movie prior.
Who was that?
It was Billy Bob Thornton, Jim Sturgis, and Eddie Redmayne that he was upset about.
And let me just stop you for a moment. Have you seen Mr. Depp take this point?
Oh, yeah. Sorry if I left that out. That when we had the argument about the MDMA, he suggested to me list, like it wasn't on the no list. That was his that was his defense. Like, this isn't the, you didn't say I couldn't have this. And you know, and Johnny told me I wasn't the reason he was getting sober, but I was the reason he was staying sober. I had saved his life and all this stuff. It wasn't like it wasn't my job to police him, but I kind of ended, it seemed like, in his mind, you know, when he would express that to me. So he took a handful of pills, and I didn't count how many, but when I did the math on the amount that was left, and I think it was either 8 or 10, I can't recall as I sit here now, either 8 or 10 pills of MDMA.
That he had taken, or
I don't know. I remember we had a conversation about the amount that he took. So I remember saying, you
Objection,
took all
hearsay.
Okay, I'll sustain you.
There were only a few left in the bag, so I think it was what he took. And I said, Johnny, he confirmed that he took that amount and that he could take that amount. He confirmed that he took that amount and that he could take that amount.
and what amount?
Call.
And when you say at this point, is that the first night?
Call.
And when you say at this point, is that the first night? Is that the second day?
This is the second day. This is after I've already fallen asleep for the night in the room upstairs. Come back downstairs. He was still awake.
Okay, please continue with that second day.
He was accusing me of being mean to his sister, accusing me of not liking his sister, something about the wedding. I was trying to put out that fire, as you will. I was trying to say, no. First of all, I'm not filming with Jim Sturgis. Yes, I filmed with Eddie Redmayne, but he was a lovely gentleman.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Let's not offer to prove the truth of the matter.
Overruled.
Thank you.
Sure, he was accusing me of kind of having this animosity with Christy. I explaining why her and I had kind of become cold to one another. I don't know how else to describe it, because we never had any sort of direct interaction that was negative. We never had any sort of confrontation or anything, but I did my best to explain to him what I could answer to that accusation. And at one point, I mentioned that, well, I can't say what I mentioned. As a result of that phone call, picks up the phone and calls his agent. He calls a few people. I don't know who was on the other line. I just heard his side of it, and he's screaming at them. I got a sense that it was money, that he felt people had been stealing money from the studio, had been ripping him off, and that he was calling himself like a whore, or he had been whored out. He seemed like he was upset, but maybe early evening, it was before the sun went down on the second day. I remember he took the phone at one point and called my divorce attorney. I had at some point prior to this got a divorce attorney, or not a divorce attorney, a domestic relations attorney to do a post-nup, because we got married. There was never any mention or talk from Johnny about a prenup, but his sister. And so I thought, okay, I'll get a lawyer and let's do a post-nup. When Johnny found out about that, or when I reminded him, a divorce attorney, and fired her and said the only way out of this was death. Again. And I heard that already at this point. So he's screaming at her. He calls his agents. I hear him talking incoherently at my lawyer and his agent. He comes back inside, and I genuinely didn't know if he was still mad at me or if it was about me at all. Didn't seem like it was connected to reality at all. At some point shortly after that, I have been saying to Johnny, "Dinner, baby, let's relax. Please, like, calm down." In my head, I was thinking that it would genuinely change if he just got some sleep. He needed to sleep it off. He needed to come down off. Clearly, the combination of what he had taken pill-wise with whatever else he was hiding from me was not good. I had recognized that sort of delusion. I had recognized that sort of unattached. I had recognized the patterns of those kind of loops where he's yelling about things that aren't even being discussed or talked about. I knew already that he just needed to sleep it off, sober up. And I thought we could. I remember I went to the fridge. I got out the steaks so that they would, be ready to cook. And I got out some of the food I was going to put together for dinner. I went upstairs. I don't know if I came back down in my nightgown at that point or if that was shortly after, but next thing I remember is coming downstairs and looking for him. We had that I can't really describe. It didn't make a lot of sense to me. He was just belligerent, throwing things, screaming at me. As I was back on the chopping block, I realized it was back. I realized that the arrows were pointed at me again. And I tried to defend myself. I was explaining, trying to...
Your Honor, hearsay.
It was not for to prove the truth of the matter. She hasn't even said it yet, but try not to say what you're saying unless it needs it for context or something. What he's
I'll
saying.
sustain the objection.
Okay.
He was just belligerent. I don't know how to describe to you because it wasn't making sense. It wasn't making sense. I don't know how. I don't know how the next part of the violence actually even initiated, but immediate next string of part of the violence actually even initiated, but again, he has me up against the wall, and I remember this time he slams me up against the wall hard. I mean, I hit my head hard. And this is a wall next to the, I say kitchenette, but it's more of a bar. I remember there were these cooling fridges, and I remember kind of being slammed up against those. I remember pushing him off of me. I remember the name calling, the whore, the slut, the fat ass. Name calling. I said,
Hey, it's time.
He was drinking.
Calls for speculation and leading.
I'll sustain as leading.
What, if any, drinks had you observed Mr. Depp have by?
Well, I had already seen him drink right in front of me. Took a big swig out of a wine bottle upstairs, right in front of me, as in a gesture of like looked right at. Took a big swig out of it, as a like a show for, like, did it right in my face to make a point. And then when I came down to the bottle, I don't know what kind of liquor. I remember there was another bottle open, and I was wondering why he was drinking both. But at some point, he had me up against the wall next to the cooling fridges, and I remember slamming my head up by the neck, squeezing my neck, and it got really nasty. It went from like, oh, no one likes you, no one likes me, everyone more. That's what it was. He started to tell me that everyone had warned him about me, and that he wished he had never married me. No one liked me. It sounds childish, but I remember feeling really hurt. At some point, I shoved him hard to get him off me, and he shoved me back, and he said, "You want to go, little girl?" I couldn't, as I sit here today, tell you if that happened before he choked me up against the wall, but at some point, I am in a struggle with him where I'm holding his shirt lapel, and he kind of just flings me, for lack of a better way to describe it, throws me across the room. I land on a games table. It's like a ping pong table. And I don't know if I was holding on to him or if he made me separate, but he gets on top of me on the games table and is just whacking me in the face. This games room by the bar, and I don't know how drinking, and he holds up this bottle to me, and I'm saying, did you drink this whole, something stupid, focusing on this detail, and he is telling me that I can't control him anymore, and if I really wanted to try, take it. And then he's like taunting me to take the bottle from him. If I really want him to stop, why don't I kept saying, go on, and kind of gesturing with the bottle towards me. And like he does that 2 or 3 times. I reach for it. He kind of laugh at me. And he's holding out the bottle. I think like maybe the 3rd time or so I get a hold of it. Slam it down on the ground right in between us. There's a tile floor, a white tile floor. And I smashed the bottle on the floor. And that really, so stupid. Sorry, it was like, sorry, it was like a light bulb switch went off. Screaming. I don't know if he backhanded me or hit me normally. I remember it sent me down to the ground. I remember by the time I picked myself off the floor. I stand up. He's got a bottle in his hand, and it missed, thankfully, but I kind of pulled myself back into the bar area. I don't know how bottle up against my face, neck area by my jawline, and he told me he'd carve. I don't know at what point in the evening. I couldn't tell you what sequence-wise when that happened, but it was terrifying. It wasn't the first time he said that. Bottle to me. Remember, if I threw anything in his direction, I don't think I did. I just remember him. In his direction, I don't think I did. I just remember him having me by the nightgown. Flailing me, throwing me around. I'm flailing. This is after there were some bottles broken on the floor. I think this is, again, forgive me, I wish I could remember the sequence, but it's flashes. He's throwing these bottles at me. I remember retreating, things like soda cans, beer or soda cans, and they're coming at me one after the other, and I keep pulling myself into the bar area. There's a bar behind me in, I don't know, like an L shape. He's standing in the only way you can exit, so I'm kind of trapped in front of this sink, surrounded by bar on 3 sides with him in front of me-ish, just off to the left. And he's throwing these bottles one after the other, and I can feel glass breaking behind me. I remember feeling by my head really fast. I mean, a real velocity. I remember being terrified. I remember I couldn't move. I couldn't go anywhere. I'm trying to, I don't know, he ran out of things to throw. I think that's how I moved myself towards the exit. And I believe that's most likely when we got kind of in this struggle area, because I remember my feet slipping on the tile as he was slamming me from the wall. At one point, he has me up against the wall, and he's punching the wall. He had my, nightgown, and it off my chest. I remember at one point he's teasing me, taunting me that he has my breasts in his hand, completely off. It was ripped off of me. So I was naked, and I'm slipping around on this tile, trying to get my footing. And I remember slipping on this tile. Glass was underneath me, and I remember just trying to get my footing. I felt really destabilized and felt really. And he's flinging me around, and at some point, I'm up against the wall, and he's screaming at me that he fucking hates me, that I ruined his life. I ruined his life over and over. And he starts punching the wall next to my head, holding me by the neck. I get free from him. I kind of step back. It's like his energy shifted to the phone. There's a wall-mounted phone on the wall next to where my head was, and he went from the wall to realizing there was a phone there, and he picked up the phone and he's screaming. He's like at the top of his lungs, screaming, "I fucking hate you! You ruined my fucking life!" and screaming at his lungs, screaming, "I fucking hate you! You ruined my fucking life!" and screaming at the top of his lungs. He picks up the phone and starts bashing the phone against the wall where I was just being. I remember kind of having some distance on what was happening and watching him do this. And it was like his energy had shifted, and I was that phone all of a sudden. And he was just smashing this phone into the wall over and over again, screaming at me. And I was watching the phone every single time he pulled his hand back. It was just breaking into... I remember thinking this phone is disappearing. He was smashing it to smithereens, just going into the wall. And he's on top of no phone, but screaming the same thing. I fucking hate you. You ruined my fucking life. I'm on the countertop. He had me by the neck. And he felt like he was on top of me. And I'm looking at him in his eye. And I don't see him anymore. I don't see him anymore. It wasn't him. It was black. I've never been so scared in my life. You couldn't see him. And he was looking at me, and I was trying to get through to him. I was trying to say to him in some way, it was me. I was trying to get through to Johnny. And I couldn't see him. I couldn't see him at all. I couldn't see him at all. And my head was bad. I couldn't breathe. And I remember trying to get up, and I was slipping on the glass. My feet were slipping. My arms were slipping on the countertops. And I remember just trying to get up so I could breathe, so I could tell him that I didn't think he knew what he was doing. I don't know how. Sorry. I'm sorry. I couldn't breathe. Please. I don't. Please, I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't get through to him. I couldn't get up. I couldn't get up. And I don't know how. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't get through to him. I couldn't get up. I couldn't get up. And I don't know how that ended. I don't know. I don't know how. I don't understand this. The next thing I remember, I was bent over backwards. My chest was up. I was staring at the blue lights, and my chest was on this. My back was on the counter, and I thought he was punching me. I thought he was. I'm sorry. He was. I felt this pressure. I felt this pressure on my pubic bone. He thought he was punching me. His arm, I could feel his arm moving, and it looked like he was punching me. But I could just feel this pressure. It was like it kept hitting. It didn't feel pain. It was just a pressure on my pubic bone, and I don't know. I don't remember what I said. Just remember being really still, not wanting to move. I remember looking around the room I remember looking at all the broken bottles, broken glass, and I remember that it's just not wanting to move because I didn't know if it was broken. I didn't know if the bottle that he had inside me was broken. That he had inside me was broken. I couldn't feel it. I didn't feel anything. I didn't want anything. I didn't want it. I looked around and I saw so much broken glass that I didn't know if he would know. If he would know, I didn't know if he would know if it was broken or not. And I, please God, please, I hope it's not broken. I don't know how that ended. I don't know how. The countertop. I just remember it being in the bathroom. I remember retching. I remember the sound my voice was making. I remember I lost control of my bladder. I remember just retching. I remember there was blood on the floor. I got up at some point. I don't know how that night ended. I don't remember. I have a memory of him begging me not to leave. I remember going outside the front door, coming out to the front area, but I don't remember if that was before or after this. I don't remember. I just have that memory. Taking a bunch of sleeping pills. Not a bunch, like 2, which is a lot for me. I remember falling asleep, or I don't remember falling asleep, but I know I fell asleep because I woke up the next day. I assume it was late morning. I could hear him downstairs. Not in person, I could hear the music. Maybe he said it was Marilyn, or maybe I could recognize it. I don't remember, but I could hear the music. Maybe he said it was Marilyn, or maybe I could recognize it. I don't remember, but I became aware of it. That's what I was hearing. It was blaring. Obvious to me when I walked downstairs, he was still up. He hadn't gone to sleep again. I walked downstairs and I saw this on the walls going down the stairs, and the brown on the walls became clear, like it became clearer, like he had written, there was blood on the carpet. The spiral staircase, like white cream walls, on the carpet. I could see blood drips. I thought it was from my arms or feet, but it was drips. So that plus the wall writing, I saw this brown letters on the wall, and then realized that he was trying, that it was a parent. I saw what looked like my name. But I really couldn't make out most of the rest of the message. Walking down the stairs, I saw a bird in the house. I thought that was surreal. I went down to the main level where my painting studio was, and I had some canvases out. And it was in, And oh, by the time I got down to the bottom of the stairs, the dried blood had been kind of taken over by paint. It was blue, navy, and then brown paint. And then it was, you know, on the walls, on the lampshades, pillow, sofa, the sofa cushions. There was blood in the painting studio. The paint, my canvases had been covered with what looked like just brown. It was just a mess. There was a painting that had, you know, a painting that the owners had that had, you know, like, had, you know, like giant, you know, some other things. Was a table overturned, a bunch of broken glass on that floor. I walked downstairs where I heard the music coming from, found him blaring this music. He was in the study, which is in the, by the bar, games table area off to the, by the bar, games table area off to the side. It's glass and blood and broken windows and a broken window, and just, it looked like a mess. The table was collapsed, and I walked, there was a couple unbroken empty bottles. There was a couple unbroken empty bottles. I remember wondering where they came from. He just looked, he wasn't there anymore. He wasn't there. It wasn't Johnny. He was standing at the office desk. He, hand wrapped in this, like, rags, or, you know, bandana rags. And I think he took them down or somehow showed me, and he said, "Oh, I did this for you," something to that effect. And I kind of put together, it was covered in paint, and I put together that that's, like, he was using his finger. I quickly became aware that that's what he was using as a paintbrush, even though there was lots of paintbrushes around. And have any sort of like coherent conversation, as you can imagine. I figured out he was missing a finger. He kind of held it up, and I said, "What did you do? When?" Like, when? And I realized in my head that there had been many hours since this probably happened, assuming that that was happened with the phone. And I knew it had been way too long, that he had had this blood, you know, that he was bleeding. And I said, "I'm going to call 911 if you don't call Jerry now." I still don't recall which of us called Jerry Judge, his security. At some point we went upstairs. I came upstairs, but he went up to the third floor while I was in the main floor, the entry-level floor. I went to make him a cup of coffee because he was demanding more. And I was thinking, that's probably not a good idea. I don't know why coffee would be so much better, but in my head it was. I thought maybe, I don't know, help was coming though. And I remember I made him coffee. As soon as I handed it to him, he threw it at the TV and started screaming again. It was like back to square one. After that security arrives, I don't know how long, maybe a few seconds or minutes went by, not long, but they kind of finds them walking out of the front door, and they were trying to figure out what was going on. And as they were kind of looking at him and trying to figure out what the heck, Johnny took his penis out of his pants and started trying to pee or peeing outside of the house. Saying that he had more messages for, and they kind of just like looked at each other and looked at him and kind of not laughed, but kind of half, you know, animal back into the house with, you know, with his penis still out of his pants. I remember him standing at the wall trying to leave me more, saying he had more information for me. and more messages, more information for me. And Jerry Judge, his security, and one of the nurses, shortly after, I did a room, but shortly after I remember talking to one of the nurses, and she was trying to give me drugs to sedate
Objection,
me.
Your Honor. Hearsay.
Trying to give her drugs, she didn't say anything. Thank
And I just remember crying and rejecting what they were trying to give me, being with them about how much they were trying to give me. I felt like I needed to figure out what was happening with my life, what was happening with Johnny. He was okay. I didn't know. I actually had no idea, like, could this be something he could do, the drugs and the alcohol. I mean, that alone, I didn't, I just remember being scared and being in this theater room, what the heck was going on. And I eventually was taken up to my room by one of the nurses, I'm sorry, Debbie, and or suggesting I go up to my room. I went up to my room, and a quarter of what she was trying to get me to take, and I eventually fell asleep. I came back downstairs to which Johnny had picked up before security came in. He picked up my phone and said, "We're going to get to the bottom of this." He wasn't making any sense at the time. Just different. Nothing made sense. But he picked up my phone and was saying, I'm going to prove this. We're going to get to this. We're going to get to the proof of this. Something to that effect. I don't remember his exact words. He pushed record on my phone. I didn't actually at the time think that he had done that. I had no idea, but I did know that I didn't have my phone downstairs to get it. It was dead. It was sitting out on the dining room table by where Jerry Judge was sitting. Jerry Judge was on the phone and talked to me, and I went back up took more of this sedative and fell asleep. And then I think the next day, and took out the clothes that he hadn't painted on. I guess when he went back upstairs, he had just like, it looked like what he had done is dip his hand and wiped it on my clothes, just went, and he had picked up another portion of my clothes and put them in the bathtub, and I don't know if he added paint or if he just had touched them with paint, but it was this ugly paint. I packed what was packable, what hadn't been destroyed, and eventually left Australia with who you met on the way there.
Let me stop you there because I want to ask you some more questions about those 3 days, and then we can talk about Ben King and going home. So do you recall what bottle Mr. Depp was drinking from and then had that back and forth with you and you threw on the ground?
Ground, leading.
Sustained.
Do you recall what the bottle was?
No, I don't.
Okay. Do you recall whether it was wine or liquor?
Liquor. The wine was upstairs.
Okay. Do you recall what color
Excuse me.
it was?
White, clear, but I can't be certain. I think it was clear.
Do you remember whether it had a handle on it or not?
No, it was a normal bottle. I remember this gestured to me to take it, and I did try to reach for the bottle. It was a normal size, but for life of me, I can't remember what brand.
Okay. You woke up that third morning and came out of your room. What, if any, food did you see?
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that.
Objection,
was-
Your Honor, leading.
There was mashed potatoes smeared all over the bedroom door, on the wall, in various places. But I remember opening the door and being what it was, had little like specks of green in it, I assumed to be spinach. And throughout the house, there was food rubbed, countertops, walls, doors, as I mentioned. And later that evening, I found the raw, left out the steak all over the house. There were pieces of it. It was cut up, and he had ripped my nightgown to pieces into shreds and wrapped the meat up, like wrapped the steak pieces up with my nightgown. It was this really beautiful burgundy silk nightgown, this black lace trim. I ironically got it from Dr. Kipper for a wedding gift. And it was wrapped, I found it, I continued to find it throughout the rest of the time that I was in the house, and all pieces of it in the microwave, pieces of it in the produce drawer, in the closet drawer. I mean, just raw meat wrapped in my nightgown, as well as the smeared food on the walls. It was bizarre.
What, if anything, do you read on any mirrors?
Oh, he had written on the bathroom mirrors in the bedroom, and I believe he had a mirror. I just don't recall which bathroom it was in. I suppose it was the one that I went to, which is on the very bottom level, where I was retching, for lack of a better way to describe it. I think it was in that bathroom that he also wrote on that mirror as well.
What, if anything?
And paint, sorry.
I'm sorry. What, if anything, do you recall of any lampshades being written on?
Well, he wrote on messages to me, go-getter, horror sort of thing, like that sort of language. But calling me easy, calling me a slut, calling me, like just things about ego and what a whore I was. But it was hard to make sense of it because he was just out of his mind. It was, I mean, he wrote on a back of a pillow in blood, like in this ugly brown color. He wrote on the walls going downstairs. Like it took in fact, you could see where it looked like he had run out of blood because the messages, the markings became clearly letters, and the letters kind of became like I could see where he had clearly run out of blood, or it wasn't paint, and then it became paint and blood. You could see both. You could see where he went back with it. Paint, and then it became paint and blood. You could see both. You could see where he went back with it. Same with the mirrors. I could see where all the set of markings with paint and some other material.
So I'm going to go back to the time in the bar, and I know that Mr. Depp was saying to you when he had the bottle and was pushing it against your pubic bone.
That he would fucking kill me. He said that he would fucking kill me. I'll fucking kill you. He said it to me over and over again. I'll fucking kill you.
Did you bleed from the vagina as well?
I did.
Did you experience any pain later?
I wasn't thinking about that. Eventually, I realized that I could be hurt because I was bleeding. But I convinced myself it wasn't broken and that the bottle wasn't broken, or else it would be a lot worse. Discomfort I was feeling afterwards just paled in comparison to how scared, shocked I was. I married this man. I just married him.
And forgive me, but I need to just make sure the record's clear. You were penetrated up the vagina into the pubic bone, is that correct?
Objection, Your Honor. Leading.
Sustained.
Any penetration was there in your vagina with the bottle?
I can't believe
I'm so sorry.
do this.
I am so sorry.
Johnny had the bottle inside of me and was shoving it inside of me over and over again.
Did you experience any cuts?
My forearms were cut. My bottoms of my feet were sliced up pretty good.
Did you have any other bruising?
I had a bruise across my jaw, I suppose, from one of the many times he clocked me in the face downstairs. I think I just didn't make a record of anything else.
I'm going to ask you to turn to let's 1810. Well, actually, let's go to 1815. Michelle, it's 1815. And I think these are all in, Your Honor, so if we
Yes,
could publish.
yes, they can all be published.
Is this the game table?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And is this, based on your testimony, is this where you were you on top of this table?
Yeah, that he briefly got on top of me, and was pushing on my throat, actually, at some point when I was on the table. This, though, looks like what? I had forgotten about that. This, though, looks like it is after a lot of the stuff was cleaned up, because it didn't look quite like this.
And did the table collapse?
Yes, it did.
Objection, Your Honor. Leading.
Sustained.
What, if anything, happened to the table?
The table collapsed when Johnny threw me into it and got on top of me, or fell on top of me. I honestly don't know which one.
If we could look 16, please, defendants. Do you recognize what's depicted in this picture?
Yes,
What is it?
it looks like by Johnny on the desk when I came down that last morning, and he was still up, still drinking.
If we could go to defendants 18.
The bottle shape. The bottle shape.
Right, go ahead.
I don't, I have not,
Go back to 1816, please.
Your Honor,
I had,
confused. Is there a question?
Yeah, you want to ask a question?
What more do you recall?
you had, sorry, it took me a minute to respond because it's hard. It took me a minute to respond because I had not remembered seeing the bottle that Johnny was using on me. I didn't have a memory of seeing it. And this picture, I wasn't aware of until just the other day, yesterday, the day before. And I felt my stomach tight when I saw it. Like something square, which is why I thought he was punching me. I was feeling the square, something firm hitting me, like butting up against my pubic bone. Over and over again, I felt that pressure. I felt like a flat surface. But when I realized it was an object and not his fist, which is what I thought, because his arm, I could see his arm while he was holding me down, saying he was going to kill me, but I thought he was, punching me. And I hadn't seen this bottle. I didn't know. And then this came out in Ben's evidence because he didn't share it until the trial.
Sustained.
And so I recognize it.
All right, now let's go to Defendants 18. Do you recognize this area or this picture?
Yes, it looks like one area of the bar. Obviously, this is sometime later because all the liquid is dried up. It's quite slippery, that tile, that's how I know.
Okay.
Looks like a lot of the glass has been cleaned up almost.
Okay. And then let's go to... Actually, I think
I'm
that's...
sorry, which?
Yeah, I don't have that.
That's
No.
not in evidence.
Yeah, that's a duplicate. Let's go to 1819. My apologies.
Okay.
Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do. This is close to where my feet were when I was dangling off the counter. When he had me on the counter, my feet were slipping on the tile, and I just remember my feet. I remember feeling glass underneath my feet. I couldn't alleviate the pressure on my neck as he was crushing me. That's around that, not around, that's next to that. All the way at the end of the picture is the bar where I was standing when he was throwing bottles at me.
Do you recognize what's depicted here?
Yes, that's to the left would be where the wall-mounted phone was. Right to the left of that is the little L-shaped bar that I was telling you about, where I was trapped. And
when you say to the left of the wall,
I'm
what
sorry.
do you mean? Is it on the picture?
So if you're looking at this picture, imagine up and to the left at person height, at sight height, like I don't know if it was antique, but it kind of looked old-fashioned, like an old-fashioned heavy. What looked heavy, I didn't pick up the receiver, but it looked heavy when I was watching it break. Excuse me. It's really thick, heavy, not plastic, but like a Bakelite or something heavy material, and it would have been to the left, and then to the right would have been the very end of the bar that you just saw a picture of.
All right, let's go to 1821. And do you recognize what's depicted in this photo?
That I was just talking about.
Okay. Now, I see a phone on the right side. Is that the phone you were talking about?
No, that's not. This is a wall-mounted phone. That's just a landline.
And you see straight ahead at the very, if you look straight ahead at the picture, on the top part of broken glass, do you recall, what do you recall of that?
I recall more than just this window being broken. This is one of the windows. He was throwing things at me. My boss was standing in front of that little kitchen sink you see at the end of the picture. I suppose that's some of the glass I felt, though, on the backs of my arm, like when the window shattered.
Okay. Let's go to 1822.
22, I don't have in evidence. 1822 is not in evidence.
That's exactly why I just went over here. Let's go to 1825, I think. Is that
1825 is in evidence. I'm not sure.
okay? I think is that
1825 is in evidence. I'm not sure.
okay? Do you recognize this picture?
Yes, that's where Johnny was standing when I.
Picture.
Yes, that's where Johnny was standing when I found him the last morning. That morning, it might have been like midday. When I say morning, it was after I woke up. It was certainly not early morning. And he was standing at that desk, behind the desk, with the Manson blaring. When I found him and told him to call 911 if he didn't call Jerry.
If you look in this picture, there appears to be a lampshade down below. Do you recognize that lampshade down below?
That's one of the lampshades Johnny wrote threats or messages to me on.
Then let's go to 1827. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do. That's my painting studio. So when I walked downstairs and saw all the blood on the walls, I walked into this room first. That's where the stairs empty into this room, kind of my painting area, repainted.
And do you see, if you look by the white tablecloth table to the right of that, do you see?
Yes, I don't know if that's the same lampshade or another one.
Okay. Then let's go to 1828. And do you recognize what's in that one?
Those are were my paintings. That I don't know when he did that, if it was before or after the writing. He just ruined them.
So I just want to make sure
Well, there's 2 or 3. Well, there's 2 or 3, and then there's a smaller one in the center, and that was his daughter. I was trying to paint a portrait of, and that was untouched.
Okay, and then, but just so we're clear, the one direct, it looks like it's just a lot of dark colors. Was that dark colors before, or?
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
I said, was that dark colors before? What, if any, change was there on that canvas?
Oh, I'm a terrible painter, but I'm not that bad. That was not my painting. It was the start of a portrait. He changed it dramatically.
Okay. And then to the right side, on the other side of, more to the right than the one you already testified. Is that what that picture looked like before, or is that?
Objection, leading.
What, if any, changes were there to that picture?
Well, the 3 canvases were portraits, so they looked similar to the one that's in the center that I was doing of his daughter.
Okay. That's below. What, if any, changes were there to that, the white canvas that you see there?
It just looks like the painting was, it looks like once he destroyed.
Objection.
All right. Sustained.
Was there anyone else in the house besides Mr. Depp and you?
Not that I know of, no, and no one was around.
Okay. Other than Mr. Depp did this?
Objection, leading.
Sustained.
What, if any reason do you believe that Mr. Depp did this?
Objection.
What, if any?
What's the
Leading.
No, I'll overrule that objection.
Thank you.
It was just Johnny and I in that house over the course of those 3 days. It had been somebody, his assistant or something, come on the first day or second day, I can't recall, but for the majority of for the entire, what I've been describing to you, it was Johnny and I in that house.
And did you do any of this? Did you
No.
create any of this damage?
No.
Take a look at the white tablecloth to the right there.
And also, Johnny was covered in paint, so.
The white tablecloth to the right there.
And also, Johnny was covered in paint, so I know.
All right. So I'm also just going to draw your attention to that white paint on that as well.
Yes, there was paint. Paint all over the place, to say it plainly.
Now, the painting that there was a large penis, I believe. Where was that?
I believe it was just, like, if you're looking at this, I believe it was on the wall, almost right next, directly center, that we're looking at. That's my best recollection, but I can't be entirely sure.
Okay. Let's go to 1828.
I think that was 1828.
Oh, 1829, my apologies. And do you recognize the photo?
Yes, I do.
What's in it? And what was this?
This is one of the lampshades that to leave me messages in blood and paint.
Okay. Let's go to 1830. Do you recognize this?
Yes, that's one of the bathroom mirrors.
Okay. And if you could just look to the left, and I'm going to go ahead and circle it over here. You see red and black there, do you?
Yes.
Okay. And there were some questions that were asked earlier about that red. What, if anything, did you write?
I didn't write anything on the mirrors. I was as confused as anyone in hearing that testimony.
And based on looking at this area that called, is the black on top or underneath the red?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation, leading.
I'll sustain the objection. All right, this might be a good time to take a break. Why don't we go ahead and take our afternoon break, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go ahead and have our break. Do not discuss the test-side research. We'll come back here. All right, in 15 minutes. All right, so we'll come back. All right, so we'll come back at 4:02, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
All right.
Okay. Before we get to the jury, I just want to see, talking with Sammy, is Friday, May 27th? It's not, we usually don't meet on Fridays, but is that an okay day to have trial on that Friday before Memorial Day? I want to check with the jury, but I want to check with you first.
Yes.
That'll actually be closing argument day for anybody that wants to know. Okay.
Okay.
So, right. So I just want to make sure that keeps it. I just want to make sure that that Friday is good with
That
them.
works for me, Your Honor.
Okay. Okay, sure.
Michelle, if you can bring back up 1830 for a moment. I'm talking about this right before the break. Still has my highlight. Which color is underneath the other?
Objection. Calls for speculation.
Chicken, based on your perception, which color is
I'll
underneath?
sustain the objection.
All right, let's do this. Let's bring up Defendants 375, which is already in. I think I need to clear that highlight, Your Honor, but I don't have the control on mine. There we go, thank you.
It's in the top right corner if you need it, but that's fine.
There it is. My menu was hidden. Amber, I'm going to ask you to take a look. This is the picture that we saw earlier. And do you see the red here?
Yes.
Okay. What, if anything, did you have to do with the writing of that red?
Nothing.
Do you, before this, who Carly Simon was?
I might have heard her music, but no, I didn't.
Okay. Did you know what songs Carly Simon wrote?
No, you had to tell me.
Thank you. All right. And then if you can just remember this picture, again, the red area there, and then I'm going to ask Michelle to take this one down and put 1830 back up. And I'm going to ask you to take a look at this. What, if anything, did you do with respect to the blood?
I took a picture of
And what, if any, pictures did you?
I took a picture of it was the picture we had right before this, is the one I took because it was in the bathroom where I found my clothes in the tub.
And that's, let's go to 374, please. That's already in evidence. You're referring to?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and I'm sorry, I just want to make sure that I understand. What else was in this bathroom where this mirror was?
The bathtub and another mirror writing on it. The bathtub had a few of my clothes in it and paint, and both of the two mirrors were painted. I believe I took a picture of both mirrors.
Okay. And then I'm going to ask you, Michelle, if you can bring us back to 1831. And did you take this picture?
No.
Okay. And do you see there, can you see the bathtub in the back there?
Yes, I can.
All right. Was that the bathtub that you're referring to?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And that,
Objection leading.
I'm sorry, what, if anything, did it have in the bathtub?
A few of my clothes with paint on them.
Okay.
You can see, I think that's what I see in the corner of the mirror.
Okay. And then let's go to 377 for a moment. That was in evidence already. And do you recall seeing this picture earlier?
I do.
Okay. And now let's go to 9, please. Does that appear to be the same in color? I ask you to take a look at 1834. And what does this depict that you can recall?
That is the TV that Johnny threw.
Okay. And let's go to 18.
Johnny threw.
Okay. And let's go to 1835. And what does this depict?
One of the sofas in the living room next to the kitchen with blood on it.
Okay. And then let's go to 1837. And what does this depict?
Guest bedrooms with Johnny's iPad on the bed and blood and or paint on the duvet cover.
All right, thank you. Now let's do 38. And what does this depict?
A lampshade or a
that has been robbed of the shade.
Okay. Let's go to 1839. Does this depict?
A different bed with more blood on it.
Then let's go to 1840. And what does this depict?
Blood on one of the guitars that Johnny was apparently trying to play.
Okay. Then you didn't try to play the guitar.
Objection, Your Honor.
What
Calls
if
for
any-
speculation.
I didn't even get the words
Overruled
out.
at this point. Next, your question. Go ahead.
Okay. The effort did you make to play a guitar?
I've never played the guitar.
Okay. Let's go to 1841. What does this depict?
It is where Johnny slammed the end of a bottle into the wall, holding me up against it.
Is this in the bar area?
This happened in 2 rooms, so it's hard to tell.
Okay.
The bottle wall, the best of my recollection, happened in the kitchenette bar area downstairs, but I can't be 100% certain.
Okay, let's go to 1842. What does this depict?
Another broken lamp.
Okay. And then I've just got a few more left. 1805. And what does this depict?
Wine spill. It looks like the remnants of a wine glass being thrown. And it looks like broken glass.
Do you recognize where this was in the house?
Well, it looks like a bedside table, but I can't be certain.
Okay, 1806. All right. Let's skip that one and let's go to 1808. Do you know what this?
Wine spill.
Okay. All right. Now, you started to, well, before we go there, in these pictures, would you say they accurately depict what you saw that third morning?
No.
What else, how are they not accurately depicting?
Well, if you believe it, this is it seems significantly cleaned up. There was much more damage, specifically broken glass. On the countertops, there was a lot of, I could feel it cutting my arms when I was trying to get up. And I could feel it underneath my feet. So I don't know when these pictures were taken, but there's been some cleanup.
Okay. Now, you indicated that that Johnny had on your iPhone and recorded. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did there come a time that you discovered a recording on your iPhone from Australia?
Yes, much later, 5-hour-long recording, and naturally I didn't know what that could possibly be. Because even though Johnny and I, as part of our struggles to figure out our relationship, this one was, 5 hours was unusual, and that's when I discovered the recording of the end of incident.
Does it accurately represent what was depicted?
the Australia incident, if you will.
And did you listen to that recording?
I have heard it.
Does it accurately represent what was depicted in that recording?
Yes.
Objection, form, lack of foundation.
You want to approach? I'm not sure. Ms. Berhoff, just can you tell me the number of that, the exhibit number, so I can...
378.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Number, you testified that you made arrangements to return home. Can you describe, let's take you to the point you left the Australia house to go to the airport and were accompanied by Ben King. Could you tell the jury what transpired during that period?
So I left Australia shortly after that. My understanding was Johnny was in the hospital for his finger, and King was going to accompany me. And on the way to the airport, Johnny calls me, and we were just crying on the phone. He was crying. He asked if it was he used, but it was kind of asking me in that way, is it done? Is this over? Did we kill it? Did I kill it? That sort of thing. I don't remember what I was saying to him, but we hung up as I went into the airport. I had a mix of feelings. Nothing really was making perfect sense to me, for sure. And I flew back. I don't really remember speaking to Ben on the flight.
Okay. Do you, Depp was, what you testified on what Mr. Depp said to you on the phone ride, were you on the phone with anyone else, or was it just Mr. Depp you were on the phone with?
I only remember speaking to Johnny, and I remember sitting in the backseat of the SUV that had driven me, and we were outside of the airport, and I even then felt torn about leaving. Obviously, I didn't want to stay, but I was in such shock and
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
I don't know how that's non-responsive.
We're going to ask your question again.
Okay. Please tell us how you felt at that point and what Mr. Depp was saying to you.
I remember
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
She was in the middle of responding to it, Your Honor, and Your Honor said,
It was a different question, but I'll sustain that objection if you want to ask a question.
Okay, how did you feel at that time?
I felt destroyed. Like my heart was broken. I didn't know what to do. If I left him in Australia, I thought maybe something would happen to him. I thought he might die or kill himself, because that certainly seems on. He told me he had put a cigarette out on his face before, the Friday before, and combined with all this in the bedroom, and he was in the hospital, I found, and I was packing my bags and stuff, I found in them. They were in books, in the bedside table. There were so many that I was like, I wondered how I didn't see it before, even though I had gotten there. So I was worried he would die. Even though I had gotten there. So I was worried he would die. And I was worried that we couldn't come back from what happened. I was worried that there was just no way to turn this around. There was no going back, but shock. Shock.
You flew out of that airport. Did you have a stop anywhere before you went back to LA? In a minute, I'll show you.
Yes, we did. We stopped in an airport. I think it was, we stopped Sydney Airport from Brisbane, I believe.
And did you have to change gates there?
Yes, we had a short flight to get to Sydney, and then I walked with Ben through the airport to get the next plane, and we passed a newsstand. And I just remember I passed this book on one of the book stands outside of the store, and it had this puzzle piece on it. And Johnny and I used to use that as a term of endearment, puzzle piece, And puzzle piece on the cover of the book got my attention. It said 4 ways to click, a relationship guide. So I bought it, and I...
Who was the author?
Banks.
Okay. Go ahead, please continue.
So the book, at least from the subtitle, said it was a book on solving relationship problems. So I bought it, and I read it on the way home.
And why did you buy it and read it on the way home?
Because I loved this man. I loved this man so much. And it was so toxic. And for some reason, I couldn't get him to... couldn't get him to not hurt me. And it seemed like I was hurting him. But we love each other, loved each other so much. At least I loved him so much. And I didn't know what to do. I didn't know what to do with this relationship. It was awful and toxic, but it was so important to me. And I would have read 1,000,000 books.
So when you got back to LA, how long before Mr. Depp came back?
A few days. Johnny came back within a few days. He went to her house, the main house, which was what we did. If there was a problem between Johnny and I, we weren't under the same roof. Once, the fight had either paused, he would go to Sweetser, and I would stay at the ECB. And so he went to Sweetser upon landing, and
there was some conversation, you know, doctors and stuff, and I just remember feeling concerned for his life because things had changed, and without saying what they said to me,
Objection.
She said without saying.
She's characterizing it.
Well, I'll overrule for now. We'll see where we go.
I became really, Johnny was not going to live through this, that there would be infections or problems and things, and he wouldn't stop using coke, and surgery he needed because he wouldn't stop using coke, and they wouldn't put him under because of all the coke. So
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
All right, I'll sustain as to the
Foundation.
last part.
Okay.
All right, next question.
So, next, when did you next see Mr. Depp after you got back from Australia?
I saw him, I don't know how long it was, but it was at the doctor. I think my best recollection is that it was in the doctor's office or around the procedure.
Did there come a time that you reconciled after Australia?
Yes, because it almost, it went away so quickly because there was this surgery that he needed, and maybe he had more than one surgery, but it was, you know, like it became very, very about getting Johnny through the next step. You know, getting Johnny home, getting Johnny off procedure done, and then after that procedure, getting another procedure done. And it was just these small steps. And before you know it, we were kind of back in it. With the prospect of him being done with all the drugs and drinking, because that's what necessarily had to happen for him to have this surgery. So, you know, a little bit more secure and kind of coming back into this relationship with him.
So I'm going to take you to March 23, 2015, which is a few weeks after, 2.5 weeks roughly after Australia. Where was Johnny staying at this point?
I think he was staying at the Eastern Columbia. Yeah, he was staying at the ECB at the time because we were kind of in the bedroom second, which is when he passed out, how I found his iPad.
I'm sorry, when you...
I found his iPad open. He was texting with it open. He passed out. And I saw what he was texting.
Please tell the jury about that.
He was texting this woman that he had a relationship with on and off, kind of at the beginning of our relationship. So I recognized them. But the date was right after the wedding. I saw it. He had gone to her house after we got married, like upon touching down in Los Angeles. The next day, he went to this woman's house that he has this sexual relationship with. And
Do as a result of seeing that on the iPad?
I freaked out. I immediately, about it. I was, you know, I didn't care in that moment if he did kill me, which, in confronting him at that stage of our lives, I didn't even care anymore. Which, in confronting him at that stage of our lives, I didn't even care anymore
at this moment, he had already ripped my heart out. You know, it's like, I've just been through after having been through what I went through in Australia. Just weeks prior, I see this. It was like, unbelievably painful. Unbelievably painful.
What did you do?
I'm yelling at him. So yelling. I was calling him all these ugly names at him. Told him to get the fuck out of the house. That's what I said. Excuse my language, but we were screaming at each other. We were upstairs in penthouse 3, and we kind of get into a how do you describe it? Pushing each other, you know. And I just remember being to him for cheating on me and doing so right after the wedding. And then right after my wedding, go to see him, and then Australia happens, and it just felt like everything came crashing down, and I was so hurt. Anyway, I break out of his grasp at some point, and I go into my sister's room. Apartments in the ECB are connecting. At least 3 of them are, and they connect from upstairs only. So you could get from Johnny and I's apartment into the neighboring apartment where Whitney at the time, and then you could go from that apartment into penthouse 5. Again, still on the top floor. So I went through Johnny's office, which that gets you into Whitney, the neighboring apartment where Whitney was, my sister, and I went in there and woke her up crying, screaming, saying, "What am I going to do?
Objection, Your Honor. Here.
All right, I'll sustain.
I don't know, that was Dafford to prove the truth of the matter.
I'll
Asserted
sustain.
In any event. All right.
Sustain the objection.
Okay, so you went to Whitney's, tell the jury what you said to her, but what happened next?
Johnny comes into penthouse 4, and why I don't know what he was doing, but at one moment I I'm aware that my sister was somewhere nearby, and I thought about that. I just remember thinking about that, and he I remember getting kind of free from John, and he left, or he walked out of the room.
When you say free from Johnny, what, if any, connection did you have, the physical connection before that?
Well, I mean, I'm, trying to stand up for myself, and Johnny would, at that stage in our relationship, he would just hit me in the face. I mean, it was just like, all I could do is just try to fight back, or try to not get more hurt. Not doing anything would have certainly left me. I don't really recall specifics. I remember at one point uncasted hand in my hair, and I was looking at the carpet. I don't know what happened immediately after that, but I remember he left. He was out of the room for a while. Don't know how we got into, I think I heard him in P5. Again, this is the neighboring apartment of that. So there's P4 in between, and P5 is apartment was empty basically. And so I used it, the top bedrooms, the bedrooms on the top floor as my closet, and I had racks and shoe racks and stuff like that in there. And then it had another level, the mezzanine, which is it hung over the rest of the bottom floor office. And the bottom floor is, of course, the living room with just some sparsely decorated, just some big couches and a low table. And I I hear him in Penthouse 5. And on the lower level also is another painting studio, like painting area of mine. So I go in there and he's screaming, but I don't know why. I don't know who he's. My understanding was he was screaming at me, but I wasn't in that apartment. I could hear him. I came into Penthouse 5, and I have to go down the stairs, and I went down the stairs to the mezzanine level where my office was, and a security guard and Debbie, the nurse, and he was sitting on the sofa. When I first walked into the room, drinking Red Bull and screaming at me, and Debbie came up the stairs because I'm screaming back at him. She came up the stairs, I think, and she came up. I'm supposed to kind of comfort me, and while I was up on the mezzanine floor, Whitney came down, and he threw a Red Bull can up at me, certainly, but it kind of either hit or narrowly missed Debbie. And I called him a pussy, and said something about, I'm screaming at him angrily. I fucking pussy. I don't know what else I said, but I was screaming at him because he threw this can at me and everything else that had happened. And when I did that, he bolted up the stairs. And, there's only, he was up the first flight of stairs. Again, I'm on the mezzanine, which is in between two flights of stairs. He bolted up, and I don't know how he managed to get his hand in my hair so fast, but he had my hair, and kind of was yanking me down and hit me in the face with this cast he had. I just remember this brief struggle we had before kind of break away. Whitney, my sister, all of a sudden put herself in between Johnny and I. She just threw herself like in the line of whatever. She just all of a sudden was there and was trying to get Johnny to stop. Her back was to the staircase, and Johnny swings at her, and I just see my little sister with her back to the staircase, and Johnny swings at her, and I don't even wait for any other. I don't hesitate. I don't wait. I just in my head instantly think of Kate Moss and the stairs, swung at him. In all of my relationship to date with Johnny, I hadn't landed a blow. And I, for the first, actually hit him square in the face. He didn't push my sister down the stairs. All my time of being in that relationship to that point, hadn't even landed one on Johnny. Fight back, threw my arms, flailed my arms, hit whenever I could to try to block blows myself, but never landed anything. And looked stunned and then laughed at me. And then lunged at me again, and before I know it, security stepped in between us and pulled Johnny away. And I went upstairs with my sister, and we locked the door, and happening in penthouse 5. I could hear him raging, destroying my things. I could hear it. And at some point I saw it the next day.
Tell the jury what you saw.
All my clothing racks were toppled over, shoe racks toppled over, thrown down the stairs. Everything on my desk wiped off. Just it looked like everything that he could touch, he tried to turn over, destroy, smash, but these huge, heavy clothing racks full of clothes. There was at least one of them he threw down the stairs. The rest were toppled over.
Amber, I'm going to fast forward to December 15, 2015. Mr. Depp together at that time.
Yes, we were.
Did you have a fight that night?
December 15th, yes, we did, but I don't recall. I don't recall what started the argument. We had periods leading up to that were really beautiful and really good, and then periods that weren't.
Well, let's talk about the December 15, 2015. Do you recall of your fight that night with Mr. Depp?
I remember him chasing me in the kitchen. I remember throwing something in his direction to slow down his momentum. I remember him screaming. At some point, toppling me. This is another example of when I wish so much I could tell you an exact sequence. This is another example of when I wish so much I could tell you an exact sequence, but I can't. It's flashes. So I'll tell you what I do remember. I remember at some point trying to flee upstairs, and he got a hold of me and I got free, and I managed to get all the way up the stairs almost. I was on the last flight, and we'd had something. I think I said something to him on the stairs. It might have been broken up, and I think I said something on the stairs, and I just remember how quickly he shot back up those stairs, grabbed me by the back of my hair, my head, and slammed his hand on my head, and I went down on the stairs. I remember him so well. I remember his boots and the sound they made. I remember him grabbing my hair, and kind of dragging me up the stairs the rest of the way. He dragged me into the room that those stairs open into. It's like a salon. And we had this argument that kind of, was a shoving match that by the second or third shove, he sent me toppling over this chaise lounge, like a little low-lying sofa seat. I hit my head on the brick wall. There was an exposed brick wall. I remember I stood up, and Johnny asking me if I wanted to go, and he did that thing where he's like challenging me to stand up, get back up. And when I did, he said, "Oh, you really want to go now, tough guy?" Shoved me back down. "Oh, you really want to go, huh? Oh, you're so tough." I stood back up. I stand back up, and look him right in the eyes. And it was just a really still moment. I'll never forget it. Really still. I stood up and he said, "You want to go away?" And I just looked right at him, just looked right at his face. And he balled up his fists, leaned back, and headbutted me square in the nose. Just right as I stood in front of him. I was a foot from him. And I had time to think. You have your hands free. You could have hit me with your hands. Why did you headbutt me? I told him that night I was going to leave him. I went through his office to go into the other room where I kept all my stuff. We had another struggle. He overtook me. I was trying to hit him off me. I was trying to get him to trying to get his body off of me, and he was to describe what I was. I went down to the floor. I remember being on top of me, and he's screaming and swinging the floor. He had me by the hair and dragged me the rest of the way from the office into the neighboring apartment. I remember the door that connected these two rooms had a metal grate, but a metal bottom, metal floor that separated it. It's a big, heavy bank door. And I remember he was dragging me, and my hands from my head and kind of tried to grab onto the metal door to prevent him from dragging me into the room. But I dragged me all the way from that carpet. I was trying to get free of his grasp. I was trying to stop him from pulling me and the metal. And he wrestles me, drags me up to the bed, throws me down onto the bed, kind of wrestles me down. And he kneels on my back with one leg. And I was trying to fight him off me on the bed top. And he wrestled me down, kind of trying to hold me down with his knee on my back, punching me with a closed fist, punching me repeatedly. And of Johnny's voice. He got next to my ear and he was screaming over and over and over again. Each time it sounded louder and more desperate. I hate you. I fucking hate you. I fucking hate you. And then my head, pounding it with his fist. And I don't even remember feeling pain. I just could hear myself scream until I couldn't hear myself anymore. I could just hear him say that he was going to kill me. And that he sounded like when he was saying that he fucking hated me. He sounded like he was almost crying or something, and his voice was different. He sounded different, like He sounded like he was in agony. It was high-pitched and loud. And I don't know how many times he just hit me over and over and over again. And it felt in my body like quiet. And I thought, this is how I die. He's gonna kill me now. And I'm not. He's gonna kill me, and he won't even have realized it. I couldn't breathe. I remember trying to scream, and I couldn't scream. In this pillow top, with him holding me down, punching me over and over, and I don't have any memory after that until I woke up.
When you woke up, was there anyone?
I remember hearing my best friend's voice. I felt like it came, felt like it was like on a speakerphone, like it came everywhere. I just heard her voice in a weird way. It felt like it was coming from the edge of the bed, on the carpet of the floor, against the broken frame of the bed. And there was a low-lying bed, really thick wooden frame. Purchase on it while he was.
Speculation.
I could feel it.
Overruled. Thank you. Please continue.
I was there for it. And while he was on top of me, I could feel that. I could feel him trying to get balance. I could feel him slipping. I could hear it. I don't know how I got off the bed. From the time I stopped hearing myself scream, I don't know what happened to me. It's a really weird feeling, because next thing I remember is leaning against the broken part of the bed and on the carpet, and my friend saying, "Oh my God, oh my God."
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Okay. Go ahead. And without
And then
hearing what Rocky said.
I eventually, she called Nurse Erin. She got something out of the freezer for my face. She did a concussion check with Erin on the phone. I thought I probably had a concussion, and certainly thought there was blood everywhere, blood all over those pillows. My head was bleeding from the ripped out hair, chunks of hair on the floor all over the apartment. He, after leaving me, had written on the countertops in Sharpies.
Michelle, I'm going to ask you to bring up Defendants Exhibit 510. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, I do.
And does it accurately depict portrayed?
Yes, that's the next day, I think.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of defendant being portrayed.
Yes, that's the next day, I think.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of Defendants Exhibit 510. And could you describe to the jury what that is?
Out while dragging me. And punching me.
Thank you. Thank you. Michelle, could you bring up 513, please? Defendants 513. Does this picture accurately depict you and the scene portrayed?
I think this is a couple days later, but yeah.
Okay. I'm going to move the defendants 513.
No objection.
All right, 513 in evidence.
And could you tell the jury what this is and what it depicts?
This is my face with a busted lip, which it's difficult to see in this picture, but my two black eyes, one is worse than the other. Like I said, maybe a day or two later. And nose.
All right. Thank you. Michelle, can you bring up Defendants Exhibit 514? Does this accurately portray the scene depicted?
Yes, that's my face sometime after.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of Defendants 514.
No objection.
514 in evidence, being published.
Briefly describe for the jury what this one is.
That's my face. Some time after, and Johnny beat me up.
Thank you. Michelle, if you could bring up Defendants 515. Does this accurately portray the scene depicted?
Yes.
Going to move the admission team.
No objection.
515 or 516?
516. I'm sorry if I misspoke.
You said 515
Oh.
before.
It's 515. 515.
No objection to 515? Okay.
No, Your
515.
And what does this depict, Amber? Could you tell the jury?
This is my face. Some.
All right. Let's look at Defendants 516, please. Does this accurately portray the scene depicted? Amber?
Maybe.
Wait, let me move it first. May I move
Sure.
the admission of Defendants Exhibit 516?
No objection.
516 in evidence.
I move
Sure.
the admission of Defendants Exhibit 516.
No objection.
516 in evidence.
Published to the jury, please. Okay, Amber, go ahead and explain what it is.
I think this is that night or the next night after Johnny left me on the bed.
Let's go to 517. Does this accurately portray the scene depicted?
Yes, it does.
Move to admit Defendants 517, Your Honor.
No objection.
517 in evidence.
Amber, please, what this portrays.
That's my face after this incident.
And what's portrayed on your lip?
Well, he busted my lip when he punched me. It's bleeding in this picture. It kept reopening. You know, it's a mouth. The lips move.
Go to 519. portray the scene depicted?
Yes.
Move the
Yes.
admission of 519.
No objection, Your Honor.
519 in evidence.
What this shows?
This is my lip a few days later.
Let's go to Defendants 520, please. Does this accurately depict the scene portrayed?
Yes.
Admission of Defendants 520, is it 521 or 520? 520?
No objection.
520 in evidence. Published.
Can you please tell the jury?
That's my scalp with a chunk of it missing. From when Johnny was tracking me by.
Let's go to Defendants 521, please. I don't think that's the same. 522? Does this accurately portray the scene depicted?
Well, it's a few days later.
Okay. Move the admission of 522, please.
No objection.
522 in evidence.
And what shows there?
My face is healing.
Okay. Let's go to 523. Does this accurately portray the scene?
Yes, I think this is day or so after, maybe longer. I can't tell, but yes, it does.
23.
No objection.
523 in evidence.
I'm just going to draw your attention, Amber, to an area up here. What, if any, bruising did you sustain in that?
Bleeding.
What, if any?
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay.
It's
What, if any, bruising did you sustain?
I'm
Same
so-
objection.
Did you what injuries did you have?
I had bruising on my temple, my chin, my neck. I had swelling and pieces of, my scalp kind of ripped, torn. They were gross, pussy. But this is of the bruise from one of the blows, several of the blows, I don't know.
Let's go to 524. Does this accurately portray shown?
Yes.
Okay. Move the admission of 524.
No objection.
524 in evidence.
Shown.
Yes.
Okay. Move the admission of 524.
No objection.
524 in evidence.
It's, I had a pretty, can I touch the screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am, you can.
Yes.
And I had a pretty gross bruise on my head, on my temple. It's difficult to see it in this light, but I remember it was pretty ugly.
Now let's go to Defendants 509. Accurately portray the scene depicted?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, I move the admission of defendants 509.
No objection.
All right, 509.
Will you please tell the jury what this is?
That's that Johnny broke. Well, on top of me.
All right, let's go to defendants 511, please. Does this accurately portray the scene depicted?
Yes.
Move the admission of defendants 511.
No objection.
All right, 511.
What do you see in this picture, Amber?
Just more destruction from a part of the fight that happened in the bedroom. Not the bedroom that I was just talking about. It was the main bedroom. A part of the fight that happened in there too.
Let's go to defendants 512, please. Does this accurately portray the scene depicted?
Yes, that's downstairs in the main.
Wait, let me move the admission of it. Move the admission of defendants 512, please.
Objection.
512 in evidence.
Okay, now please tell the jury about it.
It's downstairs in the main apartment.
Okay. Let's go to... And accurately depict the scene portrayed.
Yes.
Move the admission of 525, please.
No objection.
All right, 525 in evidence.
And please,
This is Johnny's graffitiing on our kitchen counter that he left on his way out, I suppose.
and I think defendants 526 is already in evidence. Now, Amber, after as of December 15, 2015, what were Christmas that year?
Well, up to this point, the plan was to have our families join us and celebrate Christmas together, you know, as a married couple. And we would all go to Johnny's Island, and he had invited my best friend and her family, meaning her mom and her fiance, and my parents and my sister. We were all going to go to this island I've told you about that Johnny has in the Bahamas and spend it together. And that was the plan leading up to this.
And what, if anything, changed as a result of this night of December 15, 2015?
After they saw my face, no one wanted to go to the island anymore with Johnny. They wanted me to leave him.
Did you have to appear on the James Corden show on December 16?
That's right. I was promoting The Danish Girl, the film I had done before going to see Johnny in Australia. So I was promoting that film that had been completed, and they asked me to make an appearance on a night show. After this happened, and I did the first concussion check with Aaron on the phone, I got able to hide the bruising and swelling. but I iced it all night, and the next day checked in the mirror to see if I could get away with it, meaning hiding it, so I could make an appearance. And I gambled and thought maybe I could pull it off. I had my hair and makeup team come, meaning worked around the lesions on my head with the hairspray because that stings, and worked around the bruising by covering it with heavier makeup than normal bruise covering makeup. And I remember my lip was bleeding and swollen, so we did this like really thick, super heavy matte red lipstick. You know, I remember very well at the time that we had no choice in color, and that was one of my favorite colors to wear, and in this occasion we had no choice because nothing else would hide. And I went on the show, did what I always do. I told people I had an accident.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
For to prove the truth of the matter, but
Sustain.
because you didn't have an accident. but-
Your Honor.
All right.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay, please continue. So did you appear on the show?
I appeared on the show.
Okay. From a time that you changed your mind and went to the Bahamas with Mr. Depp for Christmas?
Eventually.
2015.
Eventually I did.
And you went there with whom?
I went with Johnny's kids. I was obviously I didn't see Johnny after this because he didn't face the damage he caused in my experience. And so he wasn't around for a few days, and I eventually heard from him, and he said he wanted to talk, and then he understood that it couldn't go back, you know, like almost as if he understood that I wouldn't forgive him. Made it easier somehow to talk to him. I didn't feel so bad about myself in that case because, you know, how could I put up with this, right? But we were done. I could, you know, allow for us to have one last conversation, I suppose. But, you know, it's like, I was heartbroken by the idea, my first Christmas as a married couple with his kids and everything on the island. I was heartbroken at the idea of missing that. And, you know, it's the best I can describe it is it's like for every hit, every instance of violence, every time of instances was like a heavy coin put into a piggy bank. And, you know, you think, okay, well, each single one of these is like...
Objection unresponsive.
I think it's responsive, Your Honor.
The question was, with whom did you go?
If we could ask the question.
Elton, what you were thinking in this process of whether to go to have Christmas with Mr. Depp and his children.
No, I guess I was trying to explain.
Go ahead.
That, you know, just after you think each one of these is, it's almost like for each one of these things that has the will or resolve to leave, you know, it's like every single heavy coin you put in this piggy bank is like an investment into the future you're going to get to. And before you know it, you're just carrying around this weighted ball. This piggy bank's too heavy, you can't leave.
for every single time I went back or after this sort of thing would happen, I lost a piece of myself, a piece of my confidence, my trust in myself to leave and move on. I lost the fortifications, I lost myself. It was somehow easier to stay. I didn't want to stay in the violence. I wanted to stay with Johnny, the good Johnny that I loved. So I put another in the piggy bank of investment in hope and future, and I forgive him. It wasn't even that simple. I just knew that it would never happen again. Clean and sober once again. This time was the last time because it couldn't be worse than this, right? It couldn't be worse. And part of me thought, well, maybe it, now we can't go back. That there's no way this could happen again. So I went to the island. After a few days of arguing with Johnny, talking with Johnny, negotiating that it was going to be clean and sober, I wasn't going to drink anymore, he wasn't going to use anymore, he'd never lay a hand on me again, that's what he was saying. And I was scared, my friends were scared, but I decided to go. After a few days of having the plane and the kids waiting, not knowing what was going on, I was kind of just waiting to go on this Christmas vacation. And eventually I got in the car with Johnny. And we picked his kids up and left for the island.
So let's go to the island for the Christmas holidays. And what, if any, you have with Mr. Depp at the island over the Christmas holiday?
Towards the end we were on the couch in the main house, a cabin. It's like a one-room kind of cabin. And we were sitting on the couch, and Johnny, I don't still know what it was, but he was kind of passing out or nodding off or something like that. And I'm sensitive at this point to the clues that I can pick up on, what pattern of behavior I'm dealing with, because they made a huge difference in my life. So if I knew what he was on and what he was doing, I could react according to clues. I'm sitting next to him and he's nodding off, and every single time he kind of nods off, he dumps his glass of wine on my lap. And I say every single time because it happens. First time, whatever. Second time, I'm like, Johnny, are you all right? And I probably say it a little weighted. And wondering what he's on. Does this mean he's on the Roxy's again? Is it nodding off? What's going on? What am I going to deal with? He just had promised that it was clean and sober. We had this horrible thing happen moving forward. And the third time this happens, I jump up. I already changed my pants twice. And jumped up and I shout at Johnny, what are you doing? Or, Johnny, spill on me again, something to that effect. And I get up, get up off the couch, and Johnny's son says,
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
You are not offered to prove the truth of the matter. It's what's coming.
Give you a good approach, I just don't know.
please continue. Jack said.
It says, are you okay or can I help? Something to that effect. And I pointedly say, really to Johnny, like, thank you, Jack. And to make a point of the fact that he hadn't offered to help me or even acknowledge that he'd been, second, he's spilling it all over me, and third, he's spilling it because he's nodding off, is what I assume. So I kind of say this in a pointed way at Jack, thank you for offering. And I get up, go to the closet, take off the pants that have just been ruined, and he comes into the closet right after me and slams me up against the side of the closet. And I mean, just with clarity, while holding my neck, he said he'd fucking kill me if I ever spoke to him like that, ever embarrass him. And he just shoved me in embarrassed. If I ever embarrass you, if you ever embarrass me again in front of my kids, I'll fucking kill you. And I don't recall who told Jack to leave, or I don't really recall of where he was at this point, but I leave the closet, go into the bathroom, which is right next to it, and he comes barreling into the bathroom behind me. Before he does that, I said something snarky to him, and fucking ever talk. So that I felt like I wasn't just being a punching bag. I didn't even have the door shut before he was in the bathroom with me. And I don't, again, brings me up. Or if he just shut it, but again, brings me up against the wall. But this time he just grabbed my, like, I was wearing this peach, kind of like netted kind of style swimming suit underneath. That's what I had on from the waist down, and he just grabbed me. Best I can explain it with his inside me, but through my bathing suit. He didn't like move my bathing suit out of the way, and just kind of held me there. Fucking tough. I thought I was so fucking tough. Said, "Oh, you tough like a man now? You some man now?" Just kind of taunting me while jerking me around. And he kind of seemed to do this thing where he was smiling, just like teasing me. You know, like, "Oh yeah, you think you're so fucking tough. Now what?" I don't know what happened after that. I went back into the room. I don't know who went into the main room first. I just remember his hand landing on the back of her neck area. I remember trying to get him off of me. I don't know. I don't know what the next thing that happened. I remember I knew I needed to get away from him. At some point, I ran. I ran out of the back door, ran out onto the patio. At some point before I ran, he swung at me, but I don't even remember how much of an impact it made. But I remember I threw something in his direction when I was getting away from him. I ran down the deck, ran out into the kind of like parking lot area, this gravel parking lot area outside of the house. And that's my estimation of when Johnny reached me, grabbed me by the hair, swung me around. I remember he hit my face at least once, but I'm not quite sure in what sequence thereafter. I don't remember. I just remember the lights of the ATV coming up. The island, two of the people who worked on the island for DJ and Tara, they pulled up in the ATV. I remember the headlights. I remember separating from him, or them kind of running up and saying something, and I didn't see Johnny for the rest of the evening, is my recollection. I just found him the next day, cafe that was close to the house.
Is that the end of?
Yeah, this is a good breaking point, yes.
All right. Gentlemen, you can just stay there for a moment. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be breaking, again, this is the time that we break for a week, okay? So I won't be seeing you until May 16th. But I wanted to talk to you a little how the remainder of the case will progress, okay? All right, so we promised to get the case to you by Memorial Day. So in order to keep that promise, there's going to be a few things I need from you. Is starting on May 16th, we're going to start having court at 9 a.m. So we'll be going 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Some days we might have to go to 5:30. So I want to let you know ahead of time so you can plan accordingly, okay? The other thing I need from 7th, which is the Friday before Memorial Day, is going to be a court day. On that day, we're going to go ahead and have closing arguments, and the case is going to be turned over to you for deliberations on that day, okay? So you know ahead of time so you can plan accordingly so we can get this taken care of for you, okay? All right, so those are the announcements I want to make for you and make sure you had time to schedule what you needed to do. Go over, as we always do on Thursdays, our responsibilities, the responsibilities you have as jurors, okay, in this case? All right, so you're not to read anything, you're not to watch anything about this case, you're not to listen to anything about this case. This applies to television, newspapers, magazines, the internet, and any online sites. Further, you're not to read, watch on any social networking sites such as Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat, etc., or any similar sites. In addition, you must not communicate with anyone about the case, whether in person, over the phone, email, text, or instant messaging, or by any other electronic or non-electronic means. This includes friends, family, co-workers, acquaintances, and strangers. I also instruct you that you cannot do any research or make any inquiries about by any other means. What you learn about this case is limited to what when proceedings are and rest. All right, and then I'll see you at 9 a.m. on Monday, May 16th. You learn in the four walls of this courtroom when proceedings are underway, okay? So please enjoy your week off, get there and rest, all right? And then I'll see you at 9 a.m. on Monday, May 16th, okay? All right, thank you. And again, ma'am, since you're still in the middle of your testimony, you can't discuss your testimony with anybody to include your attorneys, okay? You can step down, though, and have a seat with matters I want to take care of before we finish. Attorneys, I won't see you tomorrow for Friday depositions because we finished all the depositions. I want to thank all of you for last Friday and staying here until I think it was 9 o'clock at night. I really appreciate all your work on that. It does mean a lot. And now you're rewarded because you don't have to see me tomorrow. So, so no more depositions. What I'd also, for planning purposes, 9 to 5, the day is going to be a little different. So we'll start at 9. We'll probably break for a morning break between 10:30 and 10:45. we're going to break for lunch between 12:30 and 1 accordingly for that. Afternoon break will probably be between, I don't know, 3:15 to 3:30, maybe even a little later to 3:45, we'll see. 5, there may be times when we might go to 5:30, as I told the jury. So I just want to make sure you know that. Since I won't see you tomorrow, I wanted to go ahead and give you your times as of this very minute of what you have left, okay? Are you ready? Okay, Mr. Chu's going to try to use it with a highlighter. Let's wait. There we go. There we go. That's right. That's okay. There we go. All right. Has used 35 hours and 6 minutes. Defendants have used 36 hours and 31 minutes, which means the plaintiff has 26 and the defendant has 24 hours and 44 minutes left. Okay. And just a reminder, as we said from the very beginning, once time is up, once your time is up, your time is up if it's in the middle of you, okay? So make sure, I mean, the 9 to 5 schedule, enjoy the next week. I don't anticipate I will hear from you. For those last 2 weeks, so keep that in mind. As enjoy the next week. I don't anticipate I will hear from you for this next week. If there's an emergency, I understand that, but just remember what my definition of an emergency is. Great. So other than that, does anybody have anything else for me?
Yes, sir. Just a math question. I'm thinking we have 25.44.
Sammy says 20. If you add 36 hours and 31 minutes and 24 hours and 44 minutes, you get what? 60 and 75. What is our allotment? 61. Well, we'll get it when we're done, okay? Is it right or wrong? What's that? 61. 15 minutes. Does that add up then? That is right. Mr. Ronberg says I'm right. Okay, so that's the right time. Sammy did it 3 times over, so I thought that was right. You made him very nervous. Okay, so that's good. Everything else? Anything else? Yes,
Your
ma'am.
Honor, we do have our updated exhibit page that you requested.
Oh, perfect.
From plaintiff.
All right.
May
All
I
right.
approach?
That's fine. I think that's something Jamie. All right, we'll get that. All right, anything else?
No, Your Honor.
We're good? All right, we'll see you Monday, May 16th, 9 a.m. All right? All right, thank you.
Thank you very much.